We'd like to call to order the Provo Municipal Council work session meeting. It is Tuesday, May 14th at 11:48 a.m. 2024. The elected officials here today are Councillor Travis Hoban, Councillor Gary Garrett, Councillor Catrice McKay, Councillor Rachel Whipple, and Councillor Becky Bogdan. And we have Councillor Craig Christensen online. Is anyone else online, Malia? Okay. All this is a public meeting. Only the presenters and those invited by the council may ask for questions or speak unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. When speaking, please be sure to use a microphone so that the record is clear and those attending virtually can hear you. Please also be sure to limit side conversations as they interfere with the audio recording. If you need to have a side conversation, please step out of the workroom. All right. Our first item of business is a discussion regarding the fiscal year 24-25 budget process. And this will be presented by Justin Harrison. And Justin, I don't think we need a lot of, like, we've all read the slides, but this is the perfect time for questions from the counselors.
Perfect. We just pull up that budget infographic. I'm going to present from here if that's okay. Don't have a ton of time scheduled for this. Really just wanted to give a brief overview. Since the tentative budget will be presented today by the administration. The image on the screen was also in the packet. Kind of gives a rough overview of what the budget timeline looks like. Finance went over this in a little more detail. Also attached in the packet was the budget timeline. So the budget is presented by, in this case, the mayor, the administration, at the first council meeting in May, which is today. So the next item, Mayor Kafusi and John Borgett will present that budget. Wanted to give you an idea of what comes next. Really, statutorily, the council has a number of deadlines that need to be made. Between now and the end of June, the council needs to come to a decision on really two things. If you would like to change any of the property tax rates, those tax rates have to be submitted to the county and to the State Tax Commission by June 22nd. And then a balanced budget has to be passed by June 30th. If you do choose to go to truth and taxation, that timeline is extended. And the council can either choose to tentatively pass that budget and operate off of the tentative budget or operate off of the budget from FY2024 or our current fiscal year. Between now and the requirement for the passage of the budget, we've got two regular council meetings scheduled for June 4th and June 18th, where both finance and the council office will give a number of presentations on what's in the tentative budget. Last year, we did hold a special budget meeting between our two regular meetings. So in this case, that would be June 11th. One thing to be cognizant of is we will not have the certified tax rates valuation or certified rate revenue from the county and the State Tax Commission until June 8th. That's when they're statutorily required to provide those to all taxing entities. Now, last year that happened, and then they also made some adjustments post June 8th. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. So we still won't have those rates most likely until after our first meeting in June, which is June 4th. So just want to make the council aware you could choose to have a special budget work meeting on June 11th, should you choose. And then from there, if you do choose to at least propose a higher tax rate than is given by the county auditor, truth and taxation notices would be posted for the public during the month of July. A truth and taxation hearing would be held on August 13th, and then the council would need to adopt a final budget at their last council meeting in August, which is August 20th. So that's the real quick timeline. Really want to open it up, see if there's questions about budget.
Any questions for Justin? Counselor Bogdan?
Can we get those dates emailed to us?
Absolutely.
Or can we just, better yet, can we get those on our calendar?
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Any other questions for Justin?
I have a,
Counselor Whipple?
so if we get the numbers from the county on, we don't have them before our meeting in June, we will have them in June 8th. Would there be enough time to look through that and think about it before a potential budget meeting on June 11th? Like, is that enough of a window to process the numbers?
It is. So today, after the tentative budget's presented and finance goes through a number of presentations, I'm going to give you some estimated rates and revenue numbers. This is what we did last year and then came back with the official numbers. They shouldn't be too far off. We should have sufficient time to put that together.
All right. Any questions from Craig? No. All right. Thanks, Justin.
No problem.
At the request of the administration, we'll table items 2, 3, and 4 and hear the presentation for item 5 at this point. Item 5 is a presentation regarding the 2025 tentative budget. This is presented by
We'll be here for some months anyway.
Okay.
I said a no. Yeah. Don't know if I stand.
John's here. Okay. So we're just waiting for the mayor and John Borgett is here.
Justin never goes back.
I'll give you that.
What happens if you decide to do truth and taxation, so the timeline gets extended
These are good.
and
Yes.
then later we change them up? Were you still on the new timeline or are you penalized?
No, so the rate that you have to give to the county and to the state tax commission is only up to what you're going to deliberate or debate. Last year, that was done, the council chose to do a lesser rate. You could also choose to do no increase.
Even with the extended timeline?
Correct.
We'd like to welcome the mayor, Michelle Kafusi.
There?
Just so, because I'm tall.
Different members of the Provo City Municipal Council, it is a privilege to deliver to you my proposed Provo City budget for the upcoming fiscal year 2025. This budget reflects hundreds, if not thousands, as I'm looking at, of hours of work by our departments. Special thanks goes to our finance team, including John Borgett, Kelsey Zarabak, and N Geneva Rd, who have been in my office on a regular basis for months, exploring options with me and chasing down answers for me. You as council members are also to be commended for your substantial dedication and time and effort to this undertaking. On behalf of all of our departments, thank you. As in the past, a guiding focus for me has been to deliver a budget that conforms to your desires. Here are the key funding priorities communicated to me during our formal process. Number 1, fund 2 additional police officers. Number 2, fund an additional parking enforcement officer. Number 3, fund a zoning update. Number 4, fund appropriate adjustments to retaining our talented employees. And number 5, maintain efficient delivery of current and valued Provo City services, projects, and programs. I am proud to deliver a plan to you that accomplishes every one of these goals. And as with every proposed budget, I have delivered to you in the past, this is a balanced budget that does not initiate or request a tax increase. Additionally, this budget requires no increases to utility fees. My reasons for putting forward a budget with no utility fee increases include the following. First, my chief administrative officer advises that utility fee adjustments generally be handled separately from the budget process going forward. This will allow the administration and council to focus during budget season on current funding, rather than requiring us to anticipate dozens of alternative scenarios. Second, and of great importance to me, is that this is such a tough financial season for so many of our residents. They have been hit by increases on many fronts, including most significantly, the large property tax increases implemented by other taxing entities. For some time, we have looked forward to giving our residents a reprieve from increases. I believe that day has arrived. Pulling this budget together was certainly not easy. I had to say no to things I would have loved to include. We had to tighten our belts, and the hunt for more efficient operations has not ended. As one Provo, we will continue refining our processes and ourselves, all with a singular mission to provide exceptional care for an exceptional community. Thank you again for your invaluable role in fulfilling that mission. I am pleased to submit this balanced budget for your consideration. Sincerely, Mayor Michelle. And now turn to John Borgett.
I feel like we should have clapped for that.
Thank you, Mayor. We just mentioned to you, particularly the new council members, that one of the real important elements to the budget document, which by the way, is how many pages, Kelsey and Andrew? 153. There's a lot of information there, and the budget highlights focus on the key elements of the budget. Doesn't include everything, but a lot of the meat and the real key items are there, and so it's it's included in the budget document, and so it's just a great place for council members and residents to just kind of get a feel for what's happening. So some consideration in the budget process. With the economy slowing, it became clear that while costs were increasing, several major revenue sources needed to be budgeted lower than the previous year. The department directors were closely involved during the budget process and helped generate important ideas to balance the budget. I've been with the city over 28 years, and I have never seen in my years more involvement with directors and getting the city involved. And I look at it as I felt like it was really a citywide approach, and I've always felt like when you get multiple people with different perspectives involved, you come out with a better product. Also, as mentioned, our employees understand that every tax dollar received is a sacrifice from our residents who trust us to use it wisely. As a result, the administration worked hard to maximize every dollar while continuing to provide great value to our residents. With this in mind, the fiscal year 25 budget supports our ongoing goal of continuing to help a balanced budget. The proposed budget invests in capital improvements, vehicle replacement, and employees. Provo employees are among the greatest and most critical assets the city has. By investing in them, we are better able to recruit, develop, and retain employees. We mentioned that as the mayor talked about it, one of the things that we looked at very closely and we really appreciated having in advance of the budget process was the council's budget priorities. And they were looked at, and the mayor went to each of them, so we'll do that again right now. It's in the budget highlights document, but we took that really seriously, and it was one of our objectives that we strongly feel we met. So the next page talks about finding funding solutions. To incorporate the council's priorities and the administration goals of the fiscal year 25 budget, department directors met in 2 extended meetings and identified ways to increase revenues or decrease expenditures across the city, particularly in the general fund. And this was unique. It's something that I haven't seen before, but we met, and it was an opportunity where we just helped them to understand what the challenges were that we had with the budget, how this was going to be a very challenging year to come up with a balanced budget and ask them to think outside the box. And one of the things that we established, the Scott Henderson came up with that I really liked was think in $100,000 tranches, okay? And if we can come up with these tranches, one at a time, we can balance the budget. Now, we just say that was a very effective and great approach. So if we go to the next, listen, I guess I'm supposed to do this, sorry. Okay, here we go.
Justin, is that on?
No. It just vibrated, that's a good thing. Back to where we started about this. Okay, so this table right here shows the ideas that we came up with and implemented in the budget, okay? And one of the reasons that I want to focus on this table, because we're going to go into the document and talk specifically about each of the major components, so the major ones here. But the key thing that I want everybody to hear is $6 million, okay? As a result of this process, we were able to identify $6 million that contribute to balancing the budget, and that's a pretty significant undertaking. I would just mention here, finding this solution was a citywide effort. Departments also worked hard to find smaller savings and efficiencies, many of which are not noted. So these are the significant items. This is not an all-inclusive list, but they are the major items that were come up with.
John?
Yes,
Will we have this emailed to us? This wasn't in our packet. I'd love to have that.
you will have the council, we just delivered this to the council before this meeting,
Oh, is it like email or something?
but you probably haven't got it yet, and you will have it.
Zach just got it, like, yeah.
Okay.
It'll be in the budget book.
Okay, awesome.
It's in the budget book too.
Great.
Yes, and I apologize, it is an unbelievable undertaking, and it's moving and changing, and it's just the dynamic, it's just the way it is, but yeah, otherwise, we would have loved to have got it, even had it in your package a week ago.
We understand that it was coming.
Okay.
That's appropriate.
Thank you, Chairman Kay, appreciate that. Okay, so we're gonna talk a little bit about the funding sources, let me go to the next page. Okay, first of all, fees, okay? And as the mayor mentioned, there are no recommended utility rate increases in the budget. And then we'll talk about some general fund opportunities. The city received ARPA savings in fiscal year 22. The city received 10 million through ARPA grant for revenue loss due to impacts from COVID-19. Currently, there is an undesignated remaining balance of 1.3 million, which was pretty much what was left over when we did the demolition project. We're able to save funds there. And what we are proposing as part of this budget is to transfer these funds to the general fund. This will help offset revenues impacted by the economy and utilize the funding where it was originally intended, revenue loss. This 1.3 million must be encumbered or spent by December 30th, 2024, or else it would need to be returned to the federal government. The second item was a police vehicle grant. The city was awarded a federal police grant for $3 million, which will help fund police vehicles. We are proposing that 20 of the 33 patrol vehicles that are included in this grant be part of the 2025 budget. This will help or positively impact the general fund by $1.2 billion. Third, anticipated fee increases. Because a business rental dwelling license study is currently underway, proposed budget assumes revenues will increase by $100,000 for business licensing and $200,000 for rental dwelling licenses. We feel like this is a conservative estimate, but wanted to include this placeholder in the budget. Point of sale sales tax, effective July 1st, point of sale tax for all applicable transactions will be added to the bottom of the invoice sheet rather than included in the price of products or services. This will boost general fund revenues by approximately $327,000, golf course revenues by $146,760, and IC revenues by approximately $62,000.
John,
Yes,
I don't understand that one. Is that a city decision? Is that like a state legislative thing? Why was it not always a separate line item?
so I'm happy, let me share with you, share with you kind of the thought behind it, so what's been done in the past, and it's kind of been a Parks and Rec, and it happens quite often in the industry with Parks and Rec, is that, for example, if you go in and do an admission, pay $5 to go into the rec center.
Okay,
That we currently haven't added sales tax to that.
and legally we didn't have to.
Well, we backed into it. We took the $5 and backed in, and then we would submit what
Oh,
we consider the sales tax to be.
okay,
And the same thing for a season pass holder. If
Okay.
you bought a season pass and it was $180 a year, then you would pay $180, and we would back in the sales tax. What we're proposing is that similar to almost everything else that people buy, it would just be a separate item listed. And then we would remit the tax that's collected and listed on the invoice to the state tax commission.
that's fantastic.
So now entry to the rec center for your guest pass, instead of just being $6, will be $6.24.
Yep, exactly.
That's a very easy thing that falls in line with that things should pay for themselves. I like that.
And so that outside of the box thinking,
Love it.
and so that's what we're proposing, and we're working through that, so that's what that is. Okay. Personnel elements, to improve retention of existing employees and recruitment of new employees, the following personnel costs are included in the budget across the all funds. Number one, the cost of living increase of 4%. Number two, merit increases of 2.5%. Number three, health insurance cost increases of 5.6, effective January 1st. As a reminder, what we follow is a minimum index, which is a national index that shows what's happening with inflation related to medical costs. What we do is we provide to employees an adjustment to the amount that they have spend for medical benefits and also for their HSA. And that portion would go up by 5.6, and then whatever happened to the actual cost of the plan, which they could be more or less than that, then they pay that, and so they have an end over. So each year they're getting an adjustment so that they're keeping up with inflation of the medical costs. And that's something that we've done for years, and it's been very successful. But just let you know that that is included in the budget. And then career
John,
advancements.
we have a question.
Yes.
Counselor
Yes,
Bogdan.
Becky.
I do have a question on the previous one, that ARPA savings. So if we go ahead and add that to the budget this year, that means next year we're gonna have to find another 1.3 million to put in the general fund.
I can't quite hear you, sorry.
So that 1.3 million that is gonna go from the ARPA savings to the general fund.
Yes,
Okay, so that's gotta pay for expenses for this next coming year, right?
yep,
So come next year at this time, that 1.3 million, even though I understand we have to spend it, we're gonna have to figure out where that's gonna come from, right? Cause
That's
that'll
right.
be a 1.3 million hole.
yes, what it is it's a one-time source of revenue. And it will not solve
Next year's
future
problem.
needs. And one of the things that I would mention, and I talked a little bit about it in the at the end of the highlights letter, but one of the challenges that we have sometimes is finding the best solution, okay, that we have, okay?
For today, but this is not a long-term. solution.
Well, we try to find long-term solutions, but we also find the best solutions that we have for our current situation. And this one it helped us to balance the budget, but it is an ongoing source, so it will create a challenge for next year. There may be other things happening, like for example, sales tax may be responding more positively next year. It could be worse. There's some uncertainty there. But yeah, you're exactly right.
And so all of these things here are gonna be one-time funding to balance this year's budget. Next year's gonna,
Sales tax, no, that would be an ongoing health
Right.
benefit. The fee increases, no, because they would be ongoing once they're adjusted and changed. The police grant is yes, a one-time source. the ARP savings are yes, so I'm
Okay, I just
But there
wanted,
could be other grants next year.
Could be, and I think it's. When you're facing a challenging year like this, I mean, there are challenges, and we talked about those issues and tried to look at other ongoing sources of revenue, but based on administration's debate, discussion with directors and amongst ourselves and evaluating all the alternatives, we felt like that the things that we're proposing, were our best recommended practices right now for what we have available to give the council to consider. Okay. Good question, though. Pretty good. And the other thing I would just say is that, if we want to have follow-ups to this between now and when the council makes a decision on the adopted budget, we're happy to have more discussions, but the answer is yes, those are one-time sources. Okay. Okay, and then also, I'm not going to go through every one of these, but I want to make sure that we list market study adjustments too. So important that we remain competitive with our other entities that we compare with. But one of the things that's been really positive is that with us doing the COLA, that has resulted in our market adjustment being much smaller, because as we adjust with the COLA, it helps us stay within market in our positions, and so we're seeing a lot less. And this year, the amount was less than 100,000, which typically in years previously has been quite a bit more than that. So that's just an indication that we're doing a better job of compensating our employees with our systems, so that we don't have to do as many market adjustments. Okay, I'm going to flip over to the next page. And we're going to talk a little bit about a new concept that I want to share with you, and there may be some questions, but I think this is significant. While not a payroll cost, fiscal year 25 is the first year the administration has factored in a common private sector practice of incorporating projected personnel terminal savings into the proposed general fund and library budgets. Each year, positions are vacated as employees leave the city. On average, 4% of positions are vacant at any point in time. And some of you may remember that a couple months ago, Daniel Softman made a presentation to the council, and he talked about this very point. In the past, budget savings from these vacancies have been used for other departments' needs. Such example, they could have been carried over to the next budget year. They could have been used for a specific purpose. They may wanted to. Sometimes you would move payroll to operating and deal with those kind of things, or they could have dropped the fund balance. In the private practice, it is common for corporations to factor turnover when budgeting to estimate future expenses more accurately. In addition, the Governmental Financial Officers Association, which is the association that reviews, they do a review of our financial statements each year. We attend conferences with they refer to as GFOA. They provide guidance, guideline, best practices for governmental entities, but they are supportive of governmental entities factoring in vacancy adjustments when budgeting for payroll. Doing so provides a better estimate of costs, B, more transparency, C, the assurance that budget payroll expenses are actually spent as intended, and D, and provides funding for other critical needs. We've done an analysis of what we anticipate would be happening in turnover in the 2025 budget. We don't really know specifically, for example, how much turnover there's going to be in finance, or how much turnover there's going to be in development services. But we do have a pretty good idea of what it would be across all departments. And so we tried to be conservative in our estimate. And I would also mention that in 2024, we kind of put this in place to help deal with our revenue shortfall that we're currently having this year. And we estimate that we will have 2.1 million in savings to the general fund. And one of the nice things about this particular item is it would be an ongoing benefit because we would continue to do this in the future. This is the first year, and we would watch it closely and kind of monitor it. We may adjust up or down. The other thing that we want to include is to make an adjustment in the budget ordinance as we work on that with council, assuming they're supportive of this. Because what we would want to do is we may have a situation where one department has 3 people retire and have some vacancies, and another doesn't have any, and so we may need to be able to move from one payroll budget to another to help offset for that turnover. But as a whole, we would still have those savings that we're talking about.
Counselor Whipple.
So I'm curious about these savings. It sounds like in the past, departments have just used this money for other things that they needed.
Yep.
And so if you are now counting this as savings, then are those departments not going to have a shortfall because they don't have those funds to use?
So they have their operating budgets, okay? And one of the things that we've done is we had some at-length discussions with the directors, let them know that you are going to need to make sure that your operating budget is something that you're gonna have to live with. And if for some reason you were to run out of money, you would need to come back to council and ask them for it. But that this little nest egg where you just have the ability to dip into and use as you want to would not be there any longer. And so it does create, like I mentioned, more transparency. It does, I believe, put council in a better position so that you know that if for some reason something came up and their operating budget wasn't sufficient, that they had to come back and actually share why and recommend an increase, and then the council would actually approve it versus just pulling it out of this little money that was left over in the payroll. Does that make sense?
It does. It does seem like it will be difficult for them because they've been used to using this money, because this isn't just changing where the numbers are put. This is actually taking away money that they were using in their department.
When I would say some more than less, you may have some departments that have very little turnover. You may have some that have more. You may some that may have quite a bit of turnover in 1 year and then not any the next. Yeah, now we've been doing this for the last several years in a small way with police, where we didn't fund 2 and I think 3 positions, and that was anticipating turnover in the police department. This would replace that, and we wouldn't hold anything back on those specific positions for police. It would just be a general fund wide approach, and so yeah, but it does take away that option of being able to just say, okay, look, the other thing that's happened, and I've seen it before, being here 28 years and a lot of things, but I've seen situations where we were slow to replace a position so that we could accumulate some funds for cushion, okay? And that's kind of taken away, kind of managing your business in a way that I don't know if that's the best for the organization. So I don't think it happens all the time, you know, but it does sometimes. I've also seen areas in the city where they had some turnover and they didn't use it for any other purposes and it just dropped on balance, okay? But I would say even in that situation, which is the best case scenario, might have been better if we would have been able to plan for that, could have utilized that in the budgeting process and identified some needs that didn't get met back there. So even in that situation, I think this method is better. Who is the hardest for is finance. What if we estimated wrong, you know, or what if, and this is the message, and I like this too. If we got to the end of the year and 2.1 was more than we actually got in turnover, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna come back to the council, and the council's gonna know about it. We're gonna be transparent, and we're likely gonna need to do an appropriation. So once again, it's another example where it's transparent.
Yeah, do you have a sense of how much of that dropped back to fund balance and how much got spent on other things of that 2.1 million you'd anticipate to save? Cause I don't know of that 2.1, how much was actually being spent and how much was just kind of floating as.
So the one thing that we would be happy to do, in an upcoming council meeting between now and when we begin in the second meeting in June, we went back, spent a lot of hours looking at the last couple of years as well as this current year. And I've done some analysis to see kind of where that turnover came from and how it was used, whatnot. We could come back and share some of the information with you on that and give you a chance to look at that and kind of get into it and get kind of an appreciation for it.
Yeah, I would really like that because I recognize part of this money was just not spent. It was just
Yep.
kind of carried over, but some of it was. And so I don't know what the impact on the departments are because I don't know how much of that they were actually spending.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that's really nice about this and is it really provides an opportunity to make sure that their operating budgets are
Yeah.
adequate to run their operations. And so what may happen over time is that we may have areas where we really do need to make some changes or adjustments to operating budgets, but once again, we're providing better information so that we can manage it properly, you know. So I think that's good too. And the other thing that I feel a lot better about is there's this border between payroll expenses and operating expenses. I kind of like that line being clear so that the payroll's for payroll and operating for operating. And so by having that, it just helps us better manage and understand what our budgets are being spent for.
Thank you.
Counselor Hoban.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that this is a heck of an effort to try to figure out how to do this. I didn't think you guys are going to be able to, and somehow you made this work. And it does sound like it's a bit of an experiment, and there might be some hiccups along the way, but you're trying to do everything you can. And I just want to commend that effort and say thank you for all the work you guys put into figuring this budget out. It's amazing.
Well, we appreciate it, and I have to give a lot of the credit to the administration, to the mayor, and Isaac, and Scott stepping in as the CAO. We've been able to just really work together as a team with the directors, and I think it's shown to us. So thank you, Council Hogan. I appreciate that.
Counselor Bogdan.
I had the same questions as Rachel, but I do agree with you. This is a lot more transparent and a lot cleaner, even though it's gonna be a little bit harder. But hopefully that those that have been using that are well aware of that and either increase their budget or ask for that. If not, it's on them. Is how I look at it. Right? They're gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, we've had a lot of discussion with Scott.
Yes.
Just use my personal example as an example of this, moving from Parks and Recreation Director to CAO. So then we go for a recruitment process for the Parks and Recreation Director, who was an internal hire. So then we go through a recruitment process for the Assistant Director, which is an internal hire. You go through that, that's what creates that 4%. So there is an element of randomness to this. Now, whether or not some departments have perfected better than others about how this works and you know, hiring and what it creates, you know, there's different levels of that, but there's also, you cannot bank on this either. So I think that fine separation between operational and personnel actually creates better management in the departments from my mind from a fiscal standpoint.
I would agree with that. And I also need to thank you for putting in what they're cutting. I appreciate that. I really wanted to see that and I appreciate that.
You're welcome. It's more transparent, it's helpful, so thank you for requesting. So.
Okay,
Okay.
Craig Christensen has a comment also.
Great.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to, for the last 40 years, I've run dozens of different P&Ls and had the profit loss responsibility where you have to make decisions in budgeting, you know, for a business, and Provo City is a business. I admire that the administration would come in with such a creative approach. We have made a priority of hiring the best people and having a wonderful staff. And I think that the administration's commitment to staying within this current budget, I think is just remarkable. And I commend the creativity and the discipline that requires. So I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the citizens for being willing to come up with this budget and this creative approach. To me, this speaks to the quality of talent we have running the city.
Thank you. Okay, we okay to go to the next item?
Yes, and I don't understand this next item, so.
Okay,
John, just on the first page real quick, I just wanted to clarify. So the zoning update is
yes,
included in the FY2025 budget because we've got a appropriation item today to appropriate from the Legacy CIP for that zoning update. So I just want to make sure we're not allocating from one, but it's in the budget in the upcoming fiscal year.
so it was listed here, okay, as one of the items, okay? But through the process, let me get the right here, just a second here.
Yes.
Yeah, the 200,000 is listed right there. That basically was, at one time, there was some thought about including that in the 25 budget. But when it became clear that it was complete and ready to go, the decision was to just go ahead and move forward right now, so we pulled it out of the budget at that time. So we're planning. Good question. That helped with the balance.
Pay for it now, so we don't have to do it then.
Okay, so capitalizing labor costs. Another payroll related change involves capitalizing labor costs that have previously been paid for by the general fund. In the proposed budget, payroll costs related to capital improvement projects and Parks and Rec engineering are capitalized. So what happens is that we have individuals or individual that spend a large percentage of their time planning and preparing and managing capital projects. In the past, we've just expensed that money. What we're proposing, once again, this is an idea that came from the directors, okay? What we're proposing is that we take those dollars that they're spending on those projects and include it as one of the elements or components of that particular project. And so that's what we're recommending to do. And so what happens is, for example, if you had dollars for a Parks and Rec project that costs $2 million, but there was $25,000 that was spent in planning and preparing and working, managing with that project would go from 2 million to 2,025,000. Okay.
Where did it go before?
Before it just went to payroll expense in the general fund, but it wasn't included as part of the project. And so it is truly a cost of the project. And so it gives a better picture of what the project cost really was. But it does come out of that pie or that the funds that are available for that specific project by including it. But it did provide some additional funding in the general fund too. So we think it's a very sound accounting practice, and it does give you a better idea of what the real costs for that project were. But it adds an element, but it's not significant when you look at all the projects they're planning. Becky?
So if I'm understanding this right, which I understand what you're saying. So like, if we get a grant to do something like the sports park and then that extra 25,000 is in there, that grant would actually pay for the labor and the personnel costs. So we wouldn't have to get that from the general fund, right?
Another example would be if it's a wrap project, okay? There would be a component, but once again, it's not a huge component, but it would be a part of it, and it really is part of the actual cost. I mean.
Well, I agree. It's a cost accounting thing, right?
Yes, yep.
I 100% agree with that. I just wanted to make it clear to everybody that we're not now pulling the money from taxes, property taxes, sales tax or whatever. Now we're pulling the money from a grant or from some other way that we're getting the funding source. Yes, yes.
Yep. Does that make sense? Okay, supplemental requests. We're just showing here on the list, the amount that we received in supplemental request, it was 54 for a total of 5,112,010. And we will provide this list to the council and we plan on having more discussions with the council on that list in future meetings. But the amount that was funded was 3,209,373. That looks like a huge number in a very tight budget. But as I go through them, you will see that the lion's share of those funds went to help provide the operating costs for our brand new wastewater treatment plant, which was significant. And then also to the airport, which is rapidly growing and expanding, and the cost to support the airport on that are high. We'll walk through it. So in development services, we have the full-time parking enforcement officer that was one of the council's requests, and tonight we're funding basically 2 months of that position, and then this will be for the full year of the upcoming year. Also, my hometown, we got 41,000. We've been working with and focusing on trying to come up with a long-term plan to fund my hometown because it's been so successful, and we want to find a way where it's sustainable going forward. We met as a team and talked about it, and currently there are some unspent funds. There's CDBG funding that's available, and we are proposing that we utilize 55,000, which qualifies because these are in CDBG funded neighborhoods from that, and then 41,000 from basically development services, and that provided some. Number one, is the first step in trying to have it being ongoing. Number two, it's saved about 55,000 from the general fund by utilizing that mechanism. Okay, there's an increase in the mayor's office by 39,000, which is just related to citywide associated fees increases that were out of their control. There are 4 or 5 things listed there that we work with Justin that were just essential that they be taken care of. Included those. In administrative services, what we do each year is we set aside half funding so that in a given year that we have an election, we don't have some huge charge, and that's administered by the county. We anticipate that's going to be 200,000, and so in order to set aside the 100,000, so we'll be ready for next year for the additional 100. We picked up 35 there. In the police, so there are 2 new officers and vehicles that we talked about. And then there was also an adjustment for their cell phones. And then they're using a program which is actually going to be a cost neutral plan, but is especially paid for their language incentive program, which they're really excited about. In the general CIP, we have some funds that have been there. I'm going to talk a little bit about those. We have a $300,000 request for a new city website. When we implemented the workday costs, good news was we came in under budget, and that money's been sitting in the general CIP. And so we're proposing to appropriate that for the new city website. There's an RFP process going on right now, and that would provide funding for the new site. Also, we're going to need to do an upgrade of our kind of customer service and financial software. When we originally implemented the kind of system, there was some savings through COVID. It's just been sitting in our fund balance. We want to use that 150 to go ahead and do the upgrade to kind of software system. Public Works, all these costs are specifically related to the new treatment plant, as I mentioned earlier. And then with the airport, there are significant costs, and they're just still growing so rapidly. We looked at these and reviewed them specifically with Brian and his team, and feel like these costs are needed to be able to support the growth of the airport.
One important point is not all of these have an impact on the general fund. A lot of these have their funding sources and are covered by that. So not everything is on the general.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Scott. Particularly the airport now, where it's basically covering all of its costs, with one exception. I'll talk about exception in a minute. So these costs are all being covered by revenues generated in the, for the airport. The one exception, as you're probably aware, each year we've been coming back and funding that payment on that loan for the Durant property, which was down there adjacent to the airport. I'll just let you know, and Gordon and Jimmy are here. We talk about that often. Our goal is to get where we can cover that. Maybe even this year we'll be able to cover a portion that the revenues exceed what we budget. But in the budget right now, we don't have the funding for that transfer, but everything else is covered. So sort of keep it straight with that.
And how much is that per year, John?
About $500,000 with interest. Yeah.
For how many more years?
So I think we're on year 4, I think, and it's a 10-year loan. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you switch it over here. Okay. Some other items, and I'll go over these pretty quickly. One of the things that we've done for years, and we revised it a couple of years ago, but it's been a very, very good thing, is for our rec center. It's self-balancing and up to $400,000 in net income. We will take the money and we will set that aside in our recreation capital fund for maintaining parks and other facilities, specifically the rec center. That's funded included. And then also we have a similar program with our general fund assets, facilities, including this building right here. And we set aside money. And by the way, what we've done with the general fund is that we've got all of the assets listed with a useful life, and we're setting aside that money based on each year's what I would call depreciation of the equipment components there. And so we have $598,000 that we're setting aside, adding to the balance that we already have, so that we can adequately maintain our facilities. So that's there. Okay, I would like to just kind of go through the summary here. Provo City has been recognized as a community of choice by recent national accolades and citizen survey results. Our goal is to provide residents with the services they need in an efficient, transparent manner. The budget process forces us to make difficult decisions and prioritize what items should be funded. The city continues to make difficult decisions to reduce ongoing operating costs and to strengthen revenues. For the fiscal year 2025, administration is proposing a balanced budget. During the fiscal year 2025 budget process, there has been an attempt to make good financial decisions and consider both the short-term and long-term impacts. We welcome and encourage your careful review of the recommended budget. We also welcome the input of our residents as we proceed through the process of adopting the city's annual budget. As always, our staff is at your disposal to respond to questions and assist in any way that municipal council would like over the next several weeks. We review, and you will find this budget be responsive to your concerns and aspirations and forward-thinking as we plan together in the future for the Provo community. With that, I know we've had a number of questions, but anybody else have any specific questions for me?
Councillor Garrett.
You can go back one page, John, to the last bullet point, the $2 million projected wrap tax. Now that expires this year, right?
I think we're coming up on the last year, yes.
Goes to election.
So it would go.
Goes to election next year.
2025. Not this year. Okay.
And are we going to start a campaign early on that, educating citizens on what that's used for? And
Yeah, Parks and Recreation will treat it just like a general obligation bond in the education process, forming a citizen committee and going through that process. I think last time it passed at north of a 60% vote. And we've got quite a good story to tell about the proceeds that have come out of the wrap tax. So that'll be a citizen run initiative.
that's great.
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
I would just thank you for the great questions and the good discussion.
Councillor Garrett has another
I'm sorry,
question.
one more
Yes.
question, John. Early, you and the mayor said that this did not include any increase for utility fees, but that could be handled separately. So could you just explain that? I mean, we're looking at this water utility rate. The potential increase. How does that work, separate from this?
So I'll respond. Do you want to respond, Isaac?
I could take a first crack. So, yeah, I think it was a great idea from Scott. It's so tough to manage 12 budget processes because you don't know if we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. And so this isn't, this isn't the end of the discussion. So you could set up a meeting in 2 months to take on tiered water rates or take on wastewater and look at a fee adjustment and do that. We just think, maybe the 6 month period after the budget cycle is a fair time to do that. That's just in my mind, I've kind of thought that might be logical. So you can take your time and think through those. And that'll be, I think, just easier for all of us because it's been so tricky to try to say, well, if this, then this, and if that, and this, and where are we going to land? And so that's the idea. Okay. That sound anything to add, Mayor or Scott?
I think it definitely reflects familiarity with our community and what people are going through with price increases right now also. So it has an efficiency element on when to make these decisions, but it also is recognizing what is happening in our community. And there has been feedback from the council about that also, and we listen to that too. So I think it's something that it has a number of factors behind that decision. And it also gives us a chance, as you look at the past 10 years, there have been elements to support public works in their capital outlay and those things. And so I think there comes a time where we've got to sit down together and do a reset and take a look at where we're at, make sure we're operating as efficiently as possible, and then set a new future direction. I think this could provide that plan in a time that's advantageous for our citizens.
Counselor Whipple.
I wanted to go back and ask about the 1.3 million in ARPA funds that we didn't have to use on the demolition. I understand that you had wanted to be able to use that to go for parking for the city hall. So the question then becomes, where are we on the negotiations for that city hall property? And what are we going to do if we don't have that money to put in for a parking structure? And maybe the timeline on that is so far out that it's better to just use this money here for this year in the way described.
Okay. So 1.3 million isn't going to build a parking garage.
No.
So I think staff, both development services staff and administration are really working hard on that same solution. And there's possibly some opportunities that we'll be discussing with the council very soon, which provides the answer exactly what you're looking.
So hold tight.
Trust,
Stay tuned.
trust us.
Okay, yeah, because, parking's not my favorite thing. But I knew that was really important to you, so that you would be willing to give that up right now seemed to be significant to me.
$6 million in budget balancing creates a lot of motivation.
Right. Any more questions for John? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. All right, we will take a break right now until 1 o'clock.
Recording stopped.
Leah?
Recording in progress.
All right, item number 2, a presentation regarding the projected revenues of the fiscal year 24-25, and this will be presented by Kelsey Zarbach.
Okay, so this is probably less interesting than John's presentation, but hopefully it gives you a good idea of how revenues were looking in this year 2025 budget. This will be pretty high level, so if you have specific questions about like very specific revenues, we can get more information or we'll field questions. So, oh, I did it, John. Here we go. So you have budget revenues. So, this right here is gonna show us like revenues across the entire city. So if you're a resident just wondering, like, where does all the money go to? You can see that we have different types of funds, and then this pie chart shows you which funds collectively receive the most revenue. So I'm just gonna kind of explain what the different fund types consist of, just as a refresher. A lot of you probably already know this, but if not, hopefully this is helpful. General fund is where the taxes flow into, most of the taxes, like your sales and property tax. General fund, what it pays for are your police and firefighters. It pays for development services, your parks and rec. And so this is what the general fund is. It's like the second highest revenue generating area in the city. So I think it's that 26% right there. Enterprise funds are business type funds. And so it's kind of like the utilities, for example. Like there are private companies out there that run the same way. You have a service and people pay the fees to get that service. So your water and your energy, wastewater, sanitation funds, those are all enterprise funds, as well as the golf course, ice sheet. So the enterprise funds are the fund group that collects the most revenue in the city in fiscal year 25 and probably most fiscal years in general. Capital improvement, those are not your like water capital projects or your energy capital projects. Those are all, those types of projects are captured in your enterprise type funds. But what these CIP funds are your general CIP projects, your engineering and BNC road CIPs. And so you can see that about $15 million in revenue come through those. Special revenue funds are what they sound like, special revenue. For example, the library, they have a very special specific revenue source, the library property tax. And that property tax is designated only for the library. And so Justice Court is another example where they have a very special revenue source that flows into that fund to pay for justice court operations. Heavy Center is another example. So those are your special revenue. We have 3 debt service funds. We have just a general debt service fund that pays for your general obligation bonds, your like the city center building, the rec center, that's in a general debt service fund. You have a telecom debt service fund, which we'll talk more about. And then, what's the other one? The ERP debt service fund, which is paid for a lot of the software upgrades. And so, only $8.9 million are what the debt service revenue funds are receiving. And finally, internal service, again, is kind of the name describes what these funds do. The internal service funds are basically inside the city operations, businesses that are helping other aspects of the city. So vehicle replacement is a good example. We have our fleet manager, Warren, that he manages the vehicle purchases, and then departments pay vehicle replacement back for those purchases. Facilities is another example. We have a facilities manager, and then the departments will pay the facilities manager for the work that they do. So hopefully this gives you an idea of how the revenues are spread out across the different types of funds in the city. We're gonna go into general fund a little bit more right here. So this is again for fiscal year 2025. You can see what revenue sources the general fund relies upon the most and how we have some diversified revenues here. Sales tax is the not so elephant in the room. It's just a huge part of the budget. And I believe it's 40% of the budget. So if you see fluctuations in sales tax, either good or bad, it's definitely going to have an impact on the budget. And that's what we've seen in fiscal year 2025. Franchise fees, these are fees, I kind of like to think of them as like your natural gas companies are renting space in the city to pay for their natural gas lines to go under city right of ways. Cell phone towers are an example of franchise fees, cable lines. So franchise fees bring in quite a bit of revenue for the city. the fees in the general fund, that is across several departments, you have development services fees, parks and rec fees. And fiscal year 25, the regional sports park fees are included in our fee revenue. And I will say that in fiscal year 25, the fee revenues generated by the regional sports park are covering the costs of the operation, so it's a net zero impact, which is great. Property tax consists of 3 different types of property tax lines. You have the big one, which is your general operation property tax, which is what the council will have control over, whether you want to increase the rate or leave it alone. That's your prerogative. And then there's also vehicle tax revenue that comes in through property taxes, as well as what is it? It's when people haven't paid the tax in 1 year, so that they pay tax redemption for previous years. John? Yeah. Yeah, so those are actually, it's interesting because if you look at the general fund, we'll get to this, but property tax revenue has actually gone down for the general fund, and it's not because of the general operations property tax, it's because vehicle taxes and then prior year tax redemption revenues have gone down, and so it's just an interesting component to keep in mind when you look at property tax.
Kelsey, that road fee, is that the utility transportation fee?
This is the road tax from the state that then goes and gets transferred to the B and C roads fund to pay for projects there.
It's gas tax.
Yes, I'm seeing nods from Jimmy and John. It is gas. So-
Where does the utility transportation fee show up?
So that is gonna show up in our enterprise funds. It'll come
And the
through-
transfer?
Yeah, come through energy, gets transferred to telecom debt service. These are good questions.
Did we also get, funds to like on the license of car? Is that going to property?
I am not sure. Is that like part of the vehicle tax? That's the vehicle tax, yes. So, good questions. But yeah, this road money comes from the state and then flows into the BNC road funds for capital projects. We have another category right here. There's a lot that goes into it, and I actually have a better breakdown in a couple slides, so we'll get into that in a minute. I will note, while this is a revenue presentation, we do get a lot of transfer revenue. It transfers in, and it's 15.7 million in fiscal year 25, which is up from last year. Okay. Okay. So enterprise fund budgeted revenue, again, we could go into deep dive in each one of these funds, but just hopefully for an overview, you can see that energy is what collects the most revenue from the enterprise funds, followed by wastewater and then water. And then some of these other areas have smaller revenue collections, but that's the breakdown for what the enterprise funds are collecting revenues for FY2025. I want to show you now kind of a comparison of what the revenues actually look like when you compare them to FY24. So here is the citywide increase or decrease in budgeted revenues. And of course, the first thing you're looking at is that huge orange line that goes down that looks ominous. It's actually not bad. It's just grant money that was budgeted in the airport and revenue in the wastewater that was kind of one time for projects. And I thought, like, oh, it's an outlier, I should take it out. But because it was in last year's budget book, it's just, if you were to compare, you probably wonder why is it so different. So I left it here so you can see that enterprise revenue has decreased by a lot, again, for airport projects and waste. Wait, is it water, John? Water, I'm getting the two confused, it's water that had a decrease in their project revenue. The other thing, and this goes back to the telecom debt, so enterprise revenue also went down because energy has collected the telecom debt fees from residents, and in FY25 they will no longer be doing that because there's enough money to pay off the debt without charging residents for another year. And so that's I think it's $3.7 million impact, so it's actually revenue going down, but for a good reason. So that is reflected in that enterprise number. The general fund, I have a little bit more detail to get into on the next slide. Capital improvement revenue is up, and this actually has to do with a new revenue source in the engineering CIP for the public transit tax. Is that what it's called? Anyway, the county just adopted it effective January 2024, and based on some of the revenues that we've received this year, we're anticipating about a $1.1 million increase in revenues for that. And yes, so that's most of that's in the engineering CIP. The Parks and Rec CIP also has about $300,000 in additional grant revenue that they're anticipating in FY2025, so that's why that capital improvement line is up. Special revenue has gone down, let's see. This one was kind of interesting, but Home Consortium is part of the special revenue funds, and the principal payment revenue for Home Consortium is supposed to go down next year. I'm not entirely sure on all the details of that, but we could totally ask Melissa McNally if we need more information there. And then debt service, this is kind of where that vehicle tax and your tax reduction from prior years comes into play. Some of that money goes into the debt service fund, just like you have your debt service that goes to pay for the general obligation bonds, and because vehicle taxes and tax reduction from prior years are down, we're seeing a little bit of a drop in debt service revenue. And then finally, internal service revenue is up, and that is mainly due to vehicle replacement cost increases that will be charged out to other areas. So that is basically a summary of the citywide increases and decreases. Just how I think, just 2 more slides regarding the general fund. I just kind of wanted to highlight which revenues have been fluctuating in the general fund specifically. Obviously, sales tax is the big one, the killer, right? $1.3 million down in FY2025 compared to FY2024. And rep tax kind of follows that trend since it's also part of the sales tax. So we're seeing a little bit of a drop in rep tax for FY2025. I want to point out this public safety chargeback at the airport. It's up $1.2 million. It's a little bit weird. Again, I just, for comparative purposes, I left it the same. But last year, the public safety chargeback had been budgeted in miscellaneous. And what that is, sorry, let me back up. The airport is paying the general fund back for police and fire personnel costs over at the airport. And in fiscal year 24, we budgeted about $700,000 for that. Saying the airport was going to pay the general fund back that much. Kind of based on actual costs that we've been seeing, we're budgeting $1.2 million for the airport to pay the general fund, which honestly is exceptional and tells the story about how the airport, which was receiving a huge subsidy from the general fund 2 years ago, is now paying $1.2 million back to the general fund in FY2025. It's pretty interesting. So that's why miscellaneous has dropped so much, but public safety chargeback is up. Those kind of offset each other a bit. So overall, general fund revenues are increasing by about $600,000, which is, in the big scheme of things, pretty flat compared to last year. And, oh yes, question?
Yeah, I have a question about that property tax being down at $135,000.
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes, that's again the combination of just your general property tax, but it's also when you factor in the vehicle taxes and the prior year tax redemption amounts. Those last two are less than what we've previously seen in actuals. And so we budgeted less for those two. The general operations property tax number, we left flat based on what we budgeted in fiscal year 25 after taking taxation. And so you have that flat number, and then you have the decreases in vehicle and prior year tax deduction, and that's how you have a drop there. And then this is just a graph that shows the fluctuations of the revenues. Again, the sales tax being a big drop, and then the public safety chargeback being higher, which offsets miscellaneous over there. So overall, we're not seeing a huge movement with revenues in FY2025, which is why we're so grateful for the departments and directors come through brainstorm help us figure out solutions to balance budget this year. Any questions?
Any questions for Kelsey?
Yeah, I have a question.
Counselor Garrett.
You mentioned that the library is an example of a special revenue,
Yes,
and that being, that source being property tax.
right.
So does that mean that if they ever want to increase their budget, the property tax has to be increased, or can they have revenue from other sources as well?
They do have revenue from other sources, like you'll see in the next presentation about fees, they're raising the fees for their rental, their room rentals.
Right.
But compared to the property tax revenue, it's kind of like it's more than what you saw with the sales tax in the general fund. Property tax is a huge portion of the library's budget. I don't even know what percentage, but I'd say like 80 to 90% of the revenue is property tax. So yes, if they want to have a huge boost, it would probably have to come through a property tax adjustment. So
If it's not property tax, can we give them money from the general fund?
John's nodding, and I would assume, do you want to speak to that, John?
Can you hear me now? Okay. Definitely could. We traditionally haven't. But it's an option. What we would recommend if we did do that, that it would be something that we could do, that we could still balance the general fund by doing so. But traditionally, I haven't seen us do a transfer since I've been here, but it's an option.
John, I was gonna say that might be because they still have a fund, though it's decreasing each year, right? But so there hasn't really been a need to do that yet. But and I would say we probably don't want to make one-time transfers for ongoing operating expenses either, right? A one-time transfer would be more for like a capital improvement or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions?
I don't think so, Kelsey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have a presentation regarding the 24-25 Consolidated Fee Schedule, also presented by Kelsey.
Okay. Thank you, Olivia. So we do this every year just to give you an update on what new or adjusted fees are in the consolidated fee schedule for the upcoming budget year. And just to tell you a little bit about the process, we always around January timeframe, we ask departments to review their revenues, and then over the next few months, we ask them to submit fee changes. And so they analyze their revenues and their operations and kind of determine if they see a fee that could be increased to cover the cost a little bit better. I think, especially when we get into Parks and Rec, a lot of the fee recommended changes have to do with covering costs and operations. So these are the departments that submitted fee changes for this year. We have Public Works, Library, Customer Service, and Parks and Rec.
Sorry, so these are the ones that said they are submitting changes of their own fees for this budget cycle.
Exactly. And so this would be part of the budget adoption process and review reflected in the new revenues that we talk about for the various funds. So these are new fees, and Jimmy, he's had to like step in and correct me a few times on these, so feel free to do it again.
So these did not exist before. They're not changing. They're brand new.
That was my understanding based on how I interpreted it. Jimmy, am I off? Are any of these old fees? He's wishing I called it when we talked about this yesterday.
I think on the wastewater one showing here, that's changing the way that a similar fee was being charged before, but most part of new.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Jimmy. So airport, it's kind of interesting when you look at the fees, you get an idea of how the operations are, like what goes into managing an airport. For example, they added a fee for security violation badge reinstatement. I don't know what the story is behind that one, but I'm guessing it's interesting. Video display advertising, they've added a fee for that, as well as conference room rentals, filming activity location charge. And then this was a place on the hangar wait list. That's basically a deposit. So if you want a hangar, you put a deposit down. And then once you get the hangar, that's applied. Jimmy's nodding, you're good. Okay. Water had 4 new fees, a vac truck and operator fee. I didn't like this one, but a backflow non-compliance fee, fire hydrant with backflow meter rental, and then a meter tampering fee. And I will say all of these fees are summarized. They'll be summarized in the back. Your face is great right now. All of these fees are summarized at the very back of the budget book. So if you just go to the very end, you'll see all of these listed. And there might be a couple others that I didn't summarize up here that you'll find, but this is the bulk of them.
Kelsey?
Yes.
So what exactly would someone rent a vac truck for, or a backflow non-compliance fee?
I am not experienced enough to know that, but Jimmy looks like he has an answer.
What was the second unit? Yeah, so some of the, so the back truck is, this is typically when, someone makes a mistake when they're doing construction, and we have to go fix it. And in order to recoup the cost of us fixing it, we have this fee in place so we can charge for the equipment that we use to excavate or the back truck is hydro excavation that allows us to go in and fix the issue and get compensated for it. We don't want people making mistakes on purpose, so they get a cheaper construction project by us going in and finishing it. Backflow non-compliance, there are state regulations regarding backflow of water in, we don't want it going back into the system, once it's there into a house or a business. So this is just adding some teeth to that to make sure that people are complying with the regulations and the annual reporting that they have to do.
So backflow would be for residents or business, something infrastructure, so factory, something infrastructure.
Yes.
And a fire hydrant backflow meter at all.
So we currently rent hydrants to construction projects that need water, but don't have an access or a meter set up yet. This is new because we haven't had backflow meters on hydrants before, so we have a fire hydrant rental fee, but this is to update it to reflect the fact that now we're going to have backflow rental, backflow meters on the hydrants, on the hydrant meters.
So when they rent a hydrant, do they pay for the water that they use from the hydrant too?
Yes, so,
Meter that?
the hydrants already exist, they don't run the hydrant, I should probably say that wrong. They rent the meter that goes onto the hydrant.
Okay,
And so we charge them for using the meter as well as the water that they use.
fine.
Meter time for inclusion also be residential or.
Yeah, so sometimes people try to get around having them being charged for their water by putting on checkers or some other way of avoiding the meter and avoiding the charges. A lot of these things are things that we're just, memorializing in a fee, that making sure that we're not getting taken advantage of.
Slide up or down.
And we hope not to. But I think there it's hoping the city time.
And then finally, the new fee is wastewater, well, not new, the adjusted fee is the food service establishment pre-treatment non-compliance fee. This sounded to me like kind of food service, and there's like two different categories. If you have a first offense, it's $100 or $300 for any additional offense per occurrence. So any questions on the fees?
I know that just.
Food service. Food service establishment so what does that mean? Like, they don't have any corn or anything that goes down the drain, or? Is that it? No beef down the drain?
Yeah, if you wanna.
Dave Parks, and I walked in right at the opportune time. So a food service establishment is, a restaurant, any type of gas station facility that would have food, drink, anything like that. So they need to be on compliance. They need to have a grease trap that would keep fats, oils, and grease out of the system. And so we regularly monitor those and check and make sure they're on a compliance schedule. And if they have so like say if they have an overflow, they're not maintaining their grease trap. That would be a non-compliance.
So we're just worried about a grease trap.
Well, so yes, I mean, if they have a disposal, we can't do that on all the municipal homes, but a food service establishment where they have a business license and a permit, they're permitted to do that. So we monitor and regulate that. And if they have a non-compliance, that would, because it costs us to go out and maintain them. When they have an overflow, we have to go and maintain that. And so we want to make sure that they're maintaining their lateral and their grease trap so that we don't have issues.
Thanks.
Thank you, because I wasn't sure how to explain all of that. Okay, these are the fee changes. So these fees have already existed, but there's just been some updates to them in the fee schedule. In Public Works, the airport has the airport has increased 4 different fees: a landing fee, terminal use fee, ground lease, and then the electrical vehicle charging rate has increased by about 1 cent. And so those are again already established, but just changes kind of based on what they see over there. Any questions about these? Okay. We also have some fee changes in the library and customer service. We already talked about how library is increasing their rental room fees, and the fee changes vary depending on the size of the room and the duration of time. But this is kind of a summary of what they're doing with their rental rooms. Customer service has just one change. They are increasing the cost of fingerprinting from $10 to $15, just reflecting on what the true cost is. Okay, we have one department left. It's Parks and Rec, and they have 2 slides. So they definitely got in and analyzed their operations and their fees. I don't have to read all of these, but I do know, like, the cemetery, part of the justification for this cemetery change was if you buy a headstone that's upright, it takes more maintenance to work around that type of headstone as opposed to like a flat headstone. And so they're just building in those anticipated maintenance costs into the original price of the different headstone types. So that's factored into the cemetery. Covey Center, they are increasing the deposit that is required if you want to have a show or an event at the Covey Center. They just felt like if someone canceled, the deposit wasn't enough to cover the opportunity cost of someone else who would have come in and stayed and done the whole thing. So they're updating that. And then also some fees for like custodial and piano tuning fees, just basic business needs. Parks and Rec are updating fees for renting clubs, and then also season memberships. Again, all of the justifications here had to do with our personnel costs or the maintenance costs are just increasing, so we just want the fees to cover these.
Well, we know that legally we can't charge more than
Right.
what it costs us. But
Exactly.
we're very excited that we're not subsidizing these things.
Yes, that's basically the whole story here. The rec center had quite a few changes. Senior rec center annual passes might be of interest to residents, so that's coming up. But again, they just wanted to lower the operational subsidy for those programs. The multi-purpose room rental, they have other rooms in the rec center that are available to rent out. They just felt like this room is about the same size and didn't have the same rental cost, and they wanted to fix that to match. The outdoor corporate pavilion was a new addition, like a new offering, basically. They used to always have a pool attached to this option, and then some people were like, well, we don't really want the whole pool, we don't want to pay for that. So they have a new broken out option here that just allows you to rent the outdoor corporate pavilion separately. Competitive pool prices have gone up, and then they've added the deep pool as a new option. Again, based on customer requests, they wanted to have an option to just rent that out. And then this is the last. Oh, did I make it? No. Okay. So again, special programs in Parks and Rec, some lessons they are adjusting as well as for a lot of the classes they offer, which was really interesting to me because I didn't know they offered so many classes, but computer, English as a second language, self-defense, some art classes, they're increasing the class fees there. Tumbling pots are going up as well, and then specialty camps, carnival, the Halloween carnival, and then the Christmas gala, those costs are going up in the special programs category. Shooting sports park have their admission fees increasing. Youth and adult sports had a few different sports that had changes to their participation fees. So soccer, softball tournaments, and tennis for adults are going up a little bit. And then the youth sport increases for flag football and wrestling are going up. Our sports field rentals, this is where you get your Epic Sports Park fee adjustments coming in. They've accounted for that here, and again, the revenues are projected to offset the cost of operating the regional sports park. I believe that's supposed to open this fall, so those will start to go into effect then. And then they also just adjusted painting costs for the grass fields. The painting costs hadn't been built in before, so they just wanted that to be implemented in with the fee costs. And then finally, Peaks Ice Arena, if you're an adult hockey league participant, yes, the third party referee cost had been built into your participation fee, so that's getting included. And then they've upped the turf rental cost. Yes.
I, for one, am very excited to see turf rentals higher due to maintenance and cleaning costs.
Yes.
Considering the emails we've gotten the last week, I'm excited to see that on there.
Oh, I haven't gotten those emails, but I'm glad you're excited, and I can only imagine what the emails are about. So, that is a summary of the fee changes. I'm sorry, it's a lot of just kind of information throwing at you, but again, this is all gonna be available in the back of the budget book, and then we actually do like some redlining of the actual consolidated fee schedule, which Malia loves, that we will have available as well. So any questions about these fee changes?
So in that section, it will list the actual fees too for each of these.
Yes. Yeah.
Not just that it went up or went down or whatever.
Right, yeah. So the budget summary does that for most of them, and then the consolidated fee schedule where there's like the redlining, you can see exactly like what it was before and
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
So that will all be available, yeah, in the next little bit. So any other questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kelsey. All right, next we have a presentation regarding transfers to the proposed tentative 2024-25 budget by Dan Follett.
Thank you. On the screen is a notice that has been, is in the process of being provided to all utility ratepayers throughout the month of May. And we're required by state law to provide the ratepayers with an annual disclosure of funds that are transferred from utility enterprise funds to other funds. We actually have 5 different categories of transfers that we plan to do in next year's budget. And so I'll go through each one. The first one is known as the 10% transfer. And this is where Provo budgets for the transfer of 10% of utility fund revenues to the general fund as a dividend to Provo taxpayers as a result of taxpayers' investment in the city's utility infrastructure, which is quite significant. These funds are used each year to help cover the costs of important city services like police, fire, parks and recreation, and other city functions. The utility transfer, together with franchise fees, helps keep property taxes in Provo low. If city utility services were provided by private utility owners, these dividends would instead be paid to investor owners. And because Provo taxpayers and ratepayers are the investor owners, these dividends are used to offset what otherwise would be significant increase in property tax rates within the city. The 10% transfer totals $12,879,209 for the proposed 2025 budget, so under $13 million on that one. The next one is what is known as the 1% transfer, and this was implemented in 2013. And this transfer is to the general fund and is to be used specifically to enhance available funding for road maintenance. And the amount that is anticipated will be transferred in the 2025 budget year is $1,288,000 in round numbers.
So Dan?
Yes.
That includes considering the exemption we took out and having BYU and the churches pay.
Yes, it does. It does, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As I say, the transportation utility fund isn't included here.
Yeah, this is.
We don't transfer part of the transportation utility fund to the general fund.
I apologize. This is just 1%.
Well, because the transportation utility fund just goes directly into the budget for the road maintenance the transportation utility fund comes from, or it pays for.
But it says right here, it says.
That's a completely different thing. There's a 1% transfer that goes to road maintenance, but that is not the transportation utility fund.
Yeah, this is,
What?
That's in addition to the transfer.
yes, it's 1% of the utility revenue is what this transfer is, which is.
Sorry,
as Brian said.
sorry. to interrupt.
No, that was very helpful. Thank you, Brian. The next transfer that we do is, we do a transfer for certain administrative functions that make more sense to administer those functions and supply those functions on a citywide basis. And so examples of those are legal, human resources, information technology, finance. They're all managed on a citywide basis. And the transfer related to that is $1,730,000. And then Provo implemented a system several years ago known as Provo 360, and it benefits the residents, customers, and all departments in the city. Again, that's managed centrally, and the transfers related to Provo 360 are $235,000. The last transfer.
Can you explain that one, Dan? What is that?
That's for the utility billing functions, Kayenta, Workday, all of the systems that relate to the services that are provided throughout the city, both internally and externally.
So that money gets transferred from where?
So that money gets transferred, if you look at the Provo 360 column, essentially energy is transferring 117,000 to the Provo 360 fund.
Oh,
Water
because they all
trans-
use it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
right.
just a
Go ahead.
So just a little bit of a clarification, when we implemented the Workday system, there was about $2 million of implementation costs, and we did an interfund loan for 5 years, and that loan was paid back through this transfer. This fiscal 25 is the last year and that's paid off. So this will be the last year that it's done, so.
And then finally, the last transfer is 583,000 from the wastewater fund to the water fund, and that is simply because the management of the water fund also provides management oversight for the wastewater fund. And it's just more efficient to do the transfer rather than having two separate sets of management, one for water and one for wastewater. And so that's how that is accomplished. And that amount is 583,000. The one item that I'll mention that historically has been on the transfer schedule is the telecom debt service fee. And that fee has ended, will end in the current fiscal year. And so that is no longer on the schedule. And then finally, I would mention that this notice notifies the ratepayers of a public hearing which will be held by the council on June 18th at 5:30 during the regularly scheduled council meeting, where residents are welcome to make any comments that they have regarding transfers. Are there any questions?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan. All right, next we have a discussion regarding property tax. And presented by Justin Harrison. And again, Justin, I think this is one where we don't need to read all the slides, but mostly just questions.
All right, thank you, council. I'll breeze through these real quick and just see if there's any questions. A number of these slides we went through a few meetings ago when we did a review of property tax. So just a quick history of property tax in Utah. Don't anticipate any questions there. Again, property tax is regulated by the state, so they set up the system, and we are you're beholden to the confines of what has been put together. Just real quick, how certified rates are calculated. You take prior year revenue divided by taxable property value, and that gives you your tax rate. So as a quick example, you know, if your prior year revenue is $1 million, your taxable value is $1 million, your rate is 1%. The following year, if your taxable value goes up to $1.1 million, you're going to take your prior year revenue $1 million divided by 1.1 million. Your new rate would be 0.909%. So the system is created in such a way so that your revenue stays flat minus new growth each year. Just real quick, kind of a visualization of what rates and property values look like over years. So as your value goes up, your rate goes down. Again, to keep that revenue flat is how the system has been created. So you see over the last 8 or 9 years, the rate has gone down because property values have gone up. So just because total valuations have gone up, theoretically, property owners are paying more or less the same in property taxes each year. So long as there aren't any additions or upgrades made to their homes. Very quickly, again, we went through this a few weeks ago on how valuation is assessed by the county. So the assessor establishes market assessed value for properties by appraising the property. These valuations are then placed on the assessment roll, and the assessor also looks at any exemptions related to that property. Some properties are assessed by the county, others are assessed by the state. These are centrally assessed, so these are for properties like mines, railroads. There are few and far between, at least in the more populous counties. They are much more frequent in more of the rural counties. Again, valuation is determined by the county, and there's a number of factors that they use, including sales in the marketplace, income that could be generated by the property, as well as the cost to replace or the property. They also use a number of factors such as land use. You know, is this owned commercially or residentially? What's the location of the property, the size, and the condition? For example, is this a site that needs a lot of remediation versus a site that is ready to be built on or is currently being used? So there are bound to be some errors in the evaluations. The county encourages residents to ask themselves the question, could I sell the property for the assessed value, and if not, to appeal that assessment with the county. Real quick overview before I get into really the meat of this. We went over this again a few weeks ago, just a breakdown of what each dollar in property tax goes to for a Provo citizen. Roughly 60% of each property or each dollar in property tax goes to the school district, 17% to the city, 15% to the state, 8% to the county, and 4% to Central Utah Water Conservancy District. Of that Provo City portion, that 17%, you've got 8% that goes towards bonds, which that rate is calculated by the state because it's just based off of what our current bonds are, our debt service. But what you have control over is the library rate and the general operations rate, which are 4% and 6% of each dollar respectively. So this is kind of what I wanted to get into really quick. Let me know if you have questions. So I know there's a lot of small numbers and there's a lot of charts on here, but if you look at 2022, this would be the budgeted revenue. We'll take general operations just as an example. That revenue was just over $5.2 million in that portion of the property tax. In FY2023, based off of valuation, the assessor would come back and the state tax commission and give the certified rate revenue without new growth, and you can see they're roughly the same. So that is how property tax, even though valuation has gone up, rates went down in order to keep revenue roughly the same, $5.2 million. And then you add in your new growth. So in that general operations portion for this fiscal year, there were roughly $84,000 in new growth that went to property tax in that line item. Last year, the council decided to go to truth in taxation. And so the auditor certified rate revenue, which would have kept revenue flat, was 0.000560. The council chose to go to truth in taxation with a rate of up to 0.000587, which would have brought in roughly $250,000 more dollars. So $5.57 million. This chart below shows what was actually adopted. The rate that was adopted was 0.000576, which brought in $5.47 million in that general operations fund, so roughly $150,000 additional dollars. That's a lot of information, and that was really quick. So I'll pause real quick. Any questions on just how kind of the scheme of property tax works as far as valuations go up, rates go down, and the whole idea is that revenue stays flat.
Counselor Garrett.
So then the auditor's certified tax rate is the rate we'll get on June 8th, right, Justin?
Correct.
Then we have until the 22nd to.
Yes, so you'll have until the 22nd to adopt a tax rate, which again could be the auditor certified rate, could be a higher rate, but doesn't necessarily have to be adopted by the council. It just gives you that additional time to go through that process, receive public feedback through the truth in taxation public hearing, and then essentially you can adopt a lower rate or up to whatever you set.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, I remember the first year I was on the council, we did that. And the amount that we set to go up to, we did before we knew what the rate would be. And it turned out to not actually be enough to meet what we intended to because the county rate payment's so low. But I like that we set that ceiling for what we would go up to, and then we could have the discussions and adopt at a lower rate than that because we're like, oh, this is good, but we built a little buffer in for the conversation. The craziest thing to me about this whole idea though, is that, you want to keep the total revenue the same, but like $100 in taxes last year could buy more than the $100 we'll get in taxes this year, right? So our spending power for that same amount goes down every year. And so even though the revenue that we would get would be about the same, what we can do with that, what we need to do with that isn't. And just like we built in a cost of living adjustment for our employees, this is our mechanism to do that for our property taxes, because otherwise our spending power goes down every year, which super frustrating. Do we have an estimate on what our new growth revenue will be for this year already?
You don't. So those numbers should be released by June 8th.
Okay.
So
And those are based on like the developments and things that have been completed and they can now start charging the taxes on them?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've been collecting property taxes on vacant land, but at a much lower valuation than if a property was developed.
Okay. Yeah.
Does new growth account for like large redevelopment and remodels?
So that's where like a residential property, if there are like say you complete a basement or you make it, do an addition.
Yeah, that wouldn't count.
No.
But for new growth, like say the mix getting completely redone, so I assume that goes into the new growth thing.
That would go- Any other questions on this slide? All right, we're burning through this. This is great. I won't belabor this either. We talked about inflation, so roughly, you're seeing 10-year average of roughly 3% inflation. What I'll go through just real quickly is kind of the truth and taxation process, and we touched on this a little bit. So, on or before June 8th, county auditor is to provide certified tax rates to all taxing entities. That's not to say that it could change. Last year, they provided these rates, then a couple days later, they made adjustments. So, the truncated timeline that they give you can also be have some kinks thrown in there. So by June 8th, and then you have to adopt a rate by June 22nd. So really only 2 weeks to see actual numbers to the adoption of a rate. If the council again chooses to go through that truth and taxation process, July is when notices are published, the public's made aware, and then after August 1st of this year, or at least 10 days after availing of that valuation notice, is when you can hold a public hearing. The city is required to give early notice to the county by January of this year. So long ago, we gave them notice that if we were to go through the truth and taxation process, we would hold that hearing on August 13th. And then you could potentially adopt the budget on August 20th for your second meeting in August of this year. This is really what I wanted to discuss and get some feedback from the council. These are estimated rates and increases should you choose to go to truth and taxation. Carla Gordon from the library presented at our last meeting regarding the library's budget and requested a $500,000 increase to the library property tax rate. So we've gone through and made estimates based off of what we know, not knowing the exact valuation or what the auditor's certified rate is going to be. But we did the same thing last year, and these should be very, very comparable, and we'll have a better idea come June 8th when we receive those rates. But again, they should be close. This is what the estimate would look like should you choose to do that for the library. The rate would go from 0.000406 to 0.000456, and for an average Provo home valued at $450,000, this would come to an increase of $12.31 a year.
Okay. Am I remembering wrong? I thought last year they requested 100,000 for 5 years.
They did, and then the last.
That's when they
meeting,
changed it.
Yes, they requested $500,000. This would close the gap in their operating budget.
Yeah, because last year they were wanting us to do every year to do an increase, and having done that once, because we did do that with them, they're like, this isn't filling the gap fast enough, and if we can just do one increase and then be done with it, that would be better. Because that chiller cost them a lot. And so and it's a tricky thing, right? It's nicer to think of doing the smaller increases each year over time, but it's a more sure thing to just do the one and rip the little Band-Aid off. $12.31 Band-Aid. Shouldn't say how much Band-Aids cost right now.
Next was the general operations rate. So over the last 2 years, the council has increased this rate by roughly inflation 2.93%. And so I wanted to give this as an example to the council and get your feedback on if this is something you want to continue to do, or would like council staff to come back with additional information once we have certified rates and certified rate revenue. The estimated increase, should you choose to increase the general operations rate, would be roughly $171,000 in additional revenue is what you would bring in. Current property tax rate for general operations is 0.000576, and this would go slightly to 0.000593. And this would be a $3.43 increase a year for the average Provo. So just wanted to get some direction from the council on if you would like additional information or exact numbers once they come in from the county.
Counselor Handley is online right now and he would like to make a comment.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, 3% a year of cost of living increases on the back of my napkin, so to speak, leads to, in 10 years, if we don't increase property taxes, our buying power is decreased by at least 25%, which is a pretty significant. So, $75 instead of $100 is what we end up with if we're starting with $100 budget. So I think we have to think about this pretty seriously because every time we put it off, it only makes it much more difficult for future councils to have to make those adjustments. And we know what happened when the county did that after, I don't remember exactly how many years it was, 20 plus years of no increases. And then they had to increase it by something like 20%. And they got partially criticized, of course, for doing that. But that was the result of not having taken any action on it previously. So I do hope we can consider this year.
Thanks, George. Any other comments? Counselor Hoban.
Yeah, I think I know that $12 doesn't seem like a whole lot. It's clearly not a lot, but I think it's more so kind of the optics of it. I guess this would be $15 if you included this one. It's to me, it's just the frustration and such that I think citizens are feeling. And so maybe even outside of the amount, just the optics of, well, there's, $2 million in their savings account, and yet here they are taxing us, or also just in general, I mean, the headline's going to come out, Provo City Council approves tax increase for, this year. And then most people are just going to say, oh, there they go again. And so the council has raised taxes the last 2 years. So it's not like it's, there's been no action taken. And so I guess I just reiterate, I think it's a good year to take a year off, given that the school board and county and possibly other entities won't be raising taxes this year. I think it's a good year to kind of give everybody a break and say, hey, here's a year off, so to speak. So, and I guess in spirit of the administration's efforts to figure out how to make ends meet for this year, I think that was a great effort. And I think we can honor that and not pass on a tax again this year. Obviously with the understanding that, these are long-term holes that have to be plugged. That's in some way, but just seems like it's not the right year, as I've kind of said in the past.
Any other comments? Counselor Whipple.
I appreciate your sensitivity to the optics. But my priority more is about being prudent in the long term and being consistent and having those regular expectations. And I much prefer continuing this path we started of these very, very modest increases so that we never get to a point where we have to do immodest increases. I think that's easier for people to absorb in their budgets. And in a year where, like you said, these other entities aren't looking at doing the raise, then this small amount will not be felt quite as hard because it won't be compounded by the school board asking for another, $50 from everyone. So I like this more prudent, sustainable course that we've embarked on, and I hope that we're able to continue it. Because as a pragmatic thing, I think that matters more than looking good. And I think the story that we are being responsible is good optics.
Craig Christensen has a comment online. Craig?
Yeah, instead of assuming there's a constant increase, I have to say I like the requirement of us to be more creative and to look for ways to balance the budget without increasing. I think that's a good thing too. So instead of just saying, let's keep it at 3% forever, I think we're being more creative this year. I think we're looking to make sure that we're not subsidizing businesses or we're subsidizing people. We're trying to get the fees more in line. All of that is being driven by the creativity of let's live within a flat budget. So I don't think there certainly is long-term implications if we never increase, but I think it goes far beyond the optics of it. I like the discipline of us saying, no, let's actually live within our budget and let's find ways to create value instead of just raising taxes.
Councilor Hoban.
Yeah, I just want to say I can appreciate all those opinions that have been shared. I don't think anybody's wrong in this. It's kind of just a matter of preference for this year or whatever, but I totally can appreciate where everybody's coming from.
So are you wanting an answer from us in some regard?
So I guess what I need from the council is some direction on where you'd like to go, not necessarily a final answer. Obviously, we don't have certified rates related from the county. But what I would recommend is if you're interested in seeing that, to plan on or schedule a special budget meeting on June 11th, which would allow those rates to come out and for staff to prepare that information. Granted, not very well in advance, because it would come out the 8th, which is actually, I don't know what day of the week that is. That's
Saturday.
Is that Saturday? So,
Okay, Councilor Handley has another comment.
Well, if you're looking for a motion, I'm prepared to make one, but I do want to say that I don't think these are mutually exclusive philosophies. I think we are actually already and will continue to need to be very creative with the shortfall we have right now. And I think we are seeing, as Craig rightly pointed out, a lot of that creativity on display. And I think that's positive and great. I just don't think this tax increase does anything to obviate that kind of creativity. We're in enough of a shortfall that we don't want to be putting ourselves a year from now, 3% behind where we are right now. So maybe it's just a philosophical difference about whether or not this is, in a technical sense, of course, it's a tax increase, but I do think it's a cost of living adjustment that I think is necessary every year. So anyway, I know that I've already said that, but I would make a motion that we have the staff prepare a proposal for looking at a cost of living adjustment, and that we continue that debate and discussion in preparation for the upcoming dates.
All right, do we have a second on the motion?
I'll second.
All right, so the motion was, what was it again, Renee?
Have staff prepare a proposal for looking at a cost of living adjustment for the upcoming dates, and then in parentheses, as detailed by.
Okay, thank you, Renee.
It's not really a cost of living adjustment. It's analogous to that, but you know, to do this increase.
Yeah, I guess what I mean by that is, something in the range of 3%.
Is that just for, sorry, general operations, or does that also include the library? Are we lumping those together or separating them out?
I'm just proposing something for city.
So this is just general operations.
All right, any discussion on the motion?
I have a question.
Councilor Bogdan?
This is probably more for John. So if we did the library one with the $500,000 increase and the 3% general obligation for 170, about 171.
Keep looking at your mic.
We have that one-time ARPA thing of what was it, 1.2 million? So considering that we don't get anything else, would this cover about half of that? You understand what I'm saying?
Well, the. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I do.
So the library is different. The library challenge is independent. Right now, they're recommending the 500,000. So, but the 300,000 that could come, but the 3%. I think, what is that amount roughly? Is that around?
171.
Kelsey knows.
So last year.
So it's 151. So,
Right.
so
179.16.
okay, yeah. So the 170 out of the 1.3 is what we have.
So we wouldn't even really make a dent in that 1 million. So next year, if everything held the same and we would need to do a tax increase to cover that 1.2 million, we'd have to increase it a lot more. Correct?
Potential.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have never even considered doing that much. Oh.
Yeah.
To assume we have that kind of control over our city, that's going to be the only issue. There's going to be ebbs and flows, positive and negative, in a budget the size of the city. So I wouldn't get too deep into this one-time funding. That was our solution for this year. There will be we will still operate a city and we'll still have plenty of solutions to work from, some of which what you're talking about, but there are also possible changes in revenue and sales tax and debt payoff by, being held there. There's just so many factors in the city. I'm learning this myself as I go through this for the first time on a citywide basis. There's just a lot of factors that go into all this. So picking one problem to solve now can be kind of futile in that, because other problems will come up, but also do some other solutions.
Counselor Hopen?
I think the mayor and her team have done a good job to try to make ends meet this year. And so I'm supportive of holding off on a tax increase for this year. I also think typically we try to identify what this would go towards, and they have funded the police officers for this year. So I guess I'm just hard pressed to find the impetus to say, we've identified something that we really need to do this for. I understand cost of living or, inflation, but I prefer we take it on kind of a year by year basis, and they've done a good job figuring out how to make it work this year. So that would be my preference, that we vote no, or that we don't move forward.
Counselor Garrett?
In terms of having staff prepare a model for this potential increase, I feel like to an extent, they've done that for this meeting and what they're showing us now. For me, it's more about these factors that we still don't have a good feel for, what the new growth revenue will be and what the certified tax rate will be for this year. So it's hard for me to vote on this with that incomplete information still.
Counselor
Is
Whipple.
that,
Oh, go ahead, Counselor.
well, yeah, sorry, it's just a quick question maybe for Counselor Garrett. I mean, does that not, I mean, for that reason, it seems like maybe it would be prudent to be prepared to have that discussion rather than to decide now that we're not going to. I don't know if that's where you're headed in your thinking on that comment.
Well, I mean, no, only that I can see a model here in front of me that shows a for the 3% increase would impact the average home $3.43. So I don't know what additional research they would do, how they would further refine this model that I'm looking at.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, I think part of it is we'll actually have real numbers to plug in. That sometimes we end up with less from the county than we anticipate. So it's useful to know. I, like the rest of the council, have not yet seen the mayor's budget. I don't know what you've done with the library and with their request. I'm assuming that you don't touch the library at all. It's its own entity. So the only way that they'll be able to get the funding that they need is for us to do the truth in taxation for them. All right. You're like, not my part. That's good. To Counselor Christensen's point, I really love that we are so disciplined in the city and so careful with the money. And that kind of discipline on staying in the budget, always having the tight budget, really makes sense if our spending power stays the same. But doing that, the kind of discipline that worries me is that if we always keep our spending in line with what we're getting on those property tax revenues, it actually means that we're always cutting. We're always doing with less, even as our costs are going up. And I think that's how the system's designed, so that we are very, very deliberate and very thoughtful about using the money well that we have, about stretching it as far as we can, and about thinking really carefully when we're asking people to pay for these services that we provide for them. So as painful as these conversations can be, I'm really glad the system is set up so that we have them. I think it would be a good idea to continue this conversation when we do have those numbers, so that we know actually where we're sitting with the numbers from the county, which is why I want to have this open so that we can have the conversation. If we don't indicate that we want to have a conversation, then we lose the opportunity, even if it turns out later that, oh, maybe we should have done that this year. So this is a cover our bases type of thing for me.
Any other comments? All right, should we take a vote?
Maybe repeat the motion.
Can we repeat the motion, please, Renee?
Yes, Counselor Hanley made the motion to have staff prepare a proposal for looking at a 3% increase for the upcoming dates as detailed by Justin for general operations, not including the library.
Okay, thank you, Renee. All right, we will take a vote. Counselor.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, you can.
I'm sorry, it's a little awkward through Zoom. Thank you for your patience. I think Rachel does make a good point. I like the idea of having the option. So I will vote for this because I think it is important that we reserve the ability to actually see what it is. My overall inclination is to not go for truth in taxation. And I think it does make sense to at least have that option and continue that discussion.
All right, so that's a yes from Craig. George,
Yes.
Hoban,
No.
Garrett,
Yes.
McKay, yes, Whipple,
Yes.
Bogdan.
Yes.
So that passes 6-1. All right, thank you so much. Oh,
I think we need to do a motion to talk about the library. Do we need to do that one or do we save that, Justin?
Well, that's my next question. Is there an appetite to have that discussion as well? Are there other models you would like us to bring for different dollar amounts? We're happy to prepare whatever you want, just some direction would be helpful if there is an appetite to do something with the library.
So if what I want is to be able to have a conversation about the library after we've got these numbers, do we need a motion for that?
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what I'm saying either. That's the problem. Do we need a motion on the library to continue having this discussion?
I guess if you would like more than what they have requested, or more options than what they have requested,
Oh,
that would be great to know.
like if we wanted to give them less money or no money, what
Sure.
what would
If you
happen to
like to
them?
see what rates and what costs to the average homeowner would look like for $100,000, for $1 million, up to you.
That would actually be very helpful.
All right, so Christensen's interested in that. Do we need a motion for that, Justin, or
Yeah,
are
let's
you
do a
good?
motion.
That would
Okay.
be great.
All right, so I'm going to move that staff looks at the truth and taxation options for the library, gives us a couple of different scenarios, including the one that the library has presented, so that we can continue talking about this after we've got numbers from the county.
I would second that.
I'd like to ask, I'm in favor of this motion, but I'd like to ask maybe the staff if we agree to do this, that rather than just arbitrarily say, okay, we're going to look at $100,000 increase, a $250,000 increase, and a $500,000 increase. I'd like to know what the library staff, they probably have some specific ideas of, if we didn't get the 500, if we at least had 300, we could do X, Y, and Z, but less than that really isn't terribly helpful. Anyway, so if we can consult with them in the process, I think that would be helpful.
We can do that. I've been in touch with Carla. We chatted yesterday, actually. We're going to spend tomorrow on this meeting, so we'll get some feedback. The library board also has their board meeting next week. And they are intending on sending some kind of official recommendation to the council.
Okay, thanks, Justin. So any discussion on that motion? All right, we'll take a vote on the motion. Counselor Handley,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
No.
Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes, Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan,
Yes.
Counselor Christensen.
Yes.
So that passes 6-1. All right, thanks, Justin. And we will now take a break. We are so far ahead. I think this is officially the farthest ahead we've ever been in our lives.
Now you just teach it.
And
that's gonna go way long.
we're an hour and 10 minutes ahead.
When are we coming back?
Recording stopped.
We will come back at 2:40.
Okay.
Thanks.
Recording in progress.
All right, we are back. Malia, do we have Craig and George still?
Craig and George are still there.
Yes, you do.
Awesome, good job.
I'm here.
All right, we're gonna go on to the next item. A discussion regarding a resolution approving an amended development agreement related to property generally located at
Oh, wait,
25th.
Patrice, we skipped over tiered water rates.
Oh, that's why we break so early, guys. I wrote the break before the, okay.
Now we're
It's
ready for
fine.
it.
It's a good thing.
We're still starting right on time.
We're starting right.
Yeah. All right. A discussion regarding tiered water rate recommendations by Gordon Haight, our Public Works Director, and Keith Larson with Bowen Collins and Associates.
All right, thank you. It's great watching how much work the council's doing on this budget. And it's a lot of work, and I really appreciate the mayor's wisdom in separating the fee and the rate schedule from the budget. I think that's setting an artificial deadline of July 1st is something that has had a lot of pressure when you should be focusing on a lot of things with the budget. So I think there's a lot of wisdom in considering it this way. So with that said, I think what we'd like you to do is Keith is brought back information, specific things the council has requested in the last city council meeting. And he's here to continue to ask any questions. So the second part of what I want to say is we're looking at in June, we have completed our city water master plan. And Keith has wanted to come back every month for the next 6 months to City Hall. That drives to Provo literally instead of to work just because of this process. And so it probably makes sense to go through the master plan, look at the capital projects, look at what is needed, what you want to do, what projects you're going to approve as we look at the rates and the fees that are going into it. So they're done connected and it's part of the full package of what you're addressing. Because sometimes we look at the master plan we adopted a number of years ago, and so it makes that connection cleaner. So we will continue to feed you information. We're going for a record of 3, maybe 4 times in a row to have Keith here. So if you have more questions, we'll be back in May. So we're happy to answer these questions we love it. So Keith, why don't you start with that?
Yeah, so as Gordon mentioned, I'm not going to give much of a presentation here. I'm just going to say, let's see, yeah, we ran some numbers. They are in your packet. We included a 15% auction, and we also, I think we added in your packet, there's a 3% auction, just to give a little bit of a range there. But I'm not going to spend much time talking about them. I think you've had them and had a chance to look at them. We looked at it in this format last time, right? This is not a new format to anybody. The only thing I do know we changed, we did move, and I didn't do that. That still says annual dollar savings at the top, but these are monthly bills. There was a comment that was a little more easy to understand on a monthly basis because bills are paid that way. So we did make that change there. We ran through 5 different alternatives. So this first one was just keeping your seasonal rate structure exactly the same as it is. This is a really easy one because 15% increase. Every type of customer sees a 15% increase across the board. We still have the information on how much they're paying for indoor water use and indoor water use per person basis. Alternative 2 was, there was a question, could we just go to 2 tiers, which would keep us similar to what we have today, but kind of match more the winter summer concept of the tiered concept. And so that's what we did. We put the break point at 25,000 gallons, and you can see how that affects different users at the 15%. And I'll just point out, the average user is seeing a 6% increase, and that's because where we pick the tier is to kind of optimize for that average user.
But if you're high or if you're low, you're seeing a larger increase with those two tiers. This is essentially what we came to you as our initial recommendation, typical cost of service for 3 tiers. So none of this should be all that new. Alternative 4, what you're going to notice here on this one is that we have adjusted the tiers so that they're actually lower below the actual estimated cost of service. But this is giving a little more, it's a little less aggressive toward the large water users. That was one of the options that we were asked to consider. And last is we were asked, well, what if we were to do some larger blocks? So we still keep it roughly at the cost of service, but we make the blocks larger instead of transitioning. So you'll notice this is at 20,000 from 1 to 2 and 80,000 from 2 to 3. What would that look like versus previously we had gone 0 to 10 and 10 to 55,000. So that's alternative 5. The last things that we have here are just some comparison of those various alternatives, both in dollar per month change, and then also percentage change associated with that. All of these options generate the additional 15% that we discussed last time. In your packet, then it jumps to a 3% alternative increase, and it's the exact same options, just looking at a 3% increase instead of 15% increase. So that's as much as I wanted to present. Other than that, just hopefully answer some questions, provide some.
Counselor Bogdan.
So first of all, I appreciate the dollar amount that registers more to me than the percentage change. The one thing that would help me a lot, going back to Gordon, is if we could see your fee increases for the entire bill. So I know energy isn't planning on increasing anything, but is wastewater planning to increase things? And what would that look like as far as a dollar change? Percentage amount dollar change is better for my brain. So you have wastewater and water. Is there anything else on that bill besides energy? Sanitation increases. So we look at like a total increase overall per month.
So right now we're recommending the recommendation for no increases on any of the items. So that'd be something that you would consider in the future if you wanted to. But right now, you're getting a budget shows no increase to any of the rates. Other than energy, because they reduced theirs by that.
And so the only thing that we're looking at for now for this year would be water rates.
Well, and we're even suggesting that we look at that after we bring you the master plan to look at that. So you're gonna go through the budgets. Our recommendation is you go through the budget cycle with the mayor's recommended budget with no increases to any of the rates on water, sanitation, wastewater, TUF. And then we'll consider those. We'll look back as we bring you the water master plan. So right now.
But what I'm saying though is if we're gonna look at all that, it would just be more helpful for me to see engage, like prioritize. If I could see the recommended increases for everything. So for your TUF, your water, your stormwater, your garbage, because that all affects the end user, and that would affect how much I would approve here or, vote for here if there's increases in other places and how much those are. Does that make sense?
It does.
So if we could see them all together versus one at a time, that might help me make a better decision.
Or comments or questions for me?
Thank you for your presentation and your patience with all of us and your work. and making it so we can understand what's going on.
Sure. So I guess.
If I could interject, sorry again for the awkwardness of Zoom. But can you help us understand, I mean, it seems to me that we're specifically trying to address with these various alternatives. And maybe I'm getting a little of what Gordon was saying at the beginning, but we're trying to address some issues in the master plan regarding anticipated expenses with our infrastructure. And that's what this particular question pertains directly to. And I don't really have a clear sense. And we probably covered it. I know we covered it in a previous discussion, but can you remind us again of the difference? It seemed to me that the 3% increase as you first presented to us wouldn't really get us anywhere close to what we needed in terms of the revenue to be able to meet those needs in the master plan. So I just want to get a clear sense of what the difference is between the 15% and the 3% in your view, or in Gordon's, about the implications for meeting the goals in the master plan and the demands of it.
So I think if I'm understanding correctly, Gordon's goal would be to come back subsequently and spend a little more time discussing that issue specifically. We did spend a little bit of time in our second presentation 2 weeks ago, I believe. I can just summarize. Our recommendation is a 15% increase with an increase of no less than 7% to be able to support the master plan and rehabilitation replacement needs. That's the punchline, but I think there's probably some value in coming back and discussing that in greater detail. It's my understanding.
So if I'm understanding what you were saying earlier, Gordon, is the administration essentially saying we don't want to make this decision now because we want to keep it separate from the budget process, and you're okay with taking some more time? We just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
I think there's a lot of wisdom in that, because we're so close to bringing you the master plan, to talk about the fees ahead of the master plan when we're only weeks away from bringing the master plan. Seems counterintuitive. So when the mayor and the administration came up with the idea of, look, we need to separate these out, a lot of things fell in place to really suggest that is the right answer. Because the master plan, what you adopt as a council, is going to be what drives what we want to spend money on. That's going to be the decision-making document. And to come ahead of that with revenue, we're basing those costs off of the last master plan that we adopted a number of years ago. So I'm saying this seems to be in the proper order of things. And I think the pause that we got from the mayor gave us some clarity to think that through. And I think this is the right choice to help you go through the master plan, or excuse me, the budget right now, get that settled, and then we'll be immediately processing the water master plan, and then bring you the fees right along with that, with additional questions. That's what I'm seeing.
So we don't really need to make a decision right now. Is that the understanding? We're just looking at what had been requested, but we're actually slowing down this process so that we can discuss it in more detail later. I'm just wondering what you need from us right now.
So I think if the council is comfortable with that suggestion I just made, my recommendation is don't make a recommendation today. And however, feel free to ask us any questions or come up with other ideas and thoughts that as we're going through this process. And when we give you this master plan to look at, I think it will generate additional questions and comments that we'll be able to answer more completely and we'll address Becky's concerns about what does this look in full package? Because one of the things we put in the budget was we're going to get a consultant to help us look at the tough TUF fund was a request of the council that was important to you. And so to Becky's comment, what increases you may or may not consider with the TUF fund and other kinds of funds. So Becky wanted to see those lined up together, and we have these studies coming over the next couple of months, and that would probably be the right time to look at some of those things.
So when is the,
I'm sorry, I'll just say I like that idea. I think I probably have presumed, I mean, I feel like I've got a lot of history with this. So my sense is that that history we shouldn't take for granted in terms of understanding where we need to be in 10 or 20 or 30 years. So I think that makes a lot of sense to make sure the whole council's clear on what our master plan is. And then I think it will make this discussion a lot more straightforward.
yeah, I agree. I'm wondering, when is that master plan expected to be presented?
We initially scheduled, we were thinking the middle of June or.
Yeah, Gary Calder. Answer that question. I just talked to Justin during the break. I think we're planning on coming back June 18th.
Oh,
I just need to
that's
make
good.
sure that the master plan is ready.
Oh.
To be presented is final. Okay, so we're ready to present that. And part of that will be the request that I've received that you want to talk about capacity, which is part of that master plan. So we will have that discussion.
That'll be great.
But that is
That'll be
coming
great.
up. I just need to confirm that June 18th. I just need to make sure it's good with staff as well as Keith.
Okay, so that's gonna be big. We're gonna be doing the master plan. We're gonna go over capacity issues. We're gonna go over the tough. So this is good. Okay.
So my questions would be, now that you say capacity issues, are we just looking at freshwater only, or are we looking at sewer as well?
My intent, and if this, with the council's approval, I want to talk about water in one discussion and then come back and talk about sewer in a separate, so we don't get confused as far as the two. We will have the discussion. I just was afraid of having too much in one meeting and overwhelming. So I'm
I
trying to break
appreciate that,
this
'cause
up
my-
into two topics.
My brain will shut off, but I have a million questions for you about the sewer, you know.
We'll have them, but the water is ready to go right now, okay? And so we can bring that to you. And then right after that, we will do the sewer.
Okay, and just make it Becky friendly so that it just dumb it down so I understand, so it's not like.
Becky doesn't need dumb down. We can actually, that's not an issue. So good.
I don't like the jargon, just tell me in stupid Becky terms and then we'll be good.
I'm sorry, I jumped up in front of you, but our intent is to be in the middle of next month. With the water.
That's awesome. Thank you. So considering that, guys, are there any more questions you have for the consultant or for our water team that is here? Counselor Whipple.
So the recommendation for the 15% increase to address that really terrible little chart that showed where we're supposed to be and where we are, that was based on the old plan, the old master plan, or was that based on our current CIP projects?
That's based on the updated plan.
Oh, that's based on the updated plan.
Yes, but we haven't had a chance to present kind of the background behind that.
Okay, so what we'll be doing in that next meeting is understanding exactly why we're so far from that zone, like which specific projects we're not able to pay for under the current funding.
Correct. Well, we can provide you details on how that came about and
Okay.
what decisions you will need to make depending on what revenues are available.
Right, and if we wanted to change the plan and say, no, we're gonna shrink it down to a city with a population of 20,000, we don't need all these resources, then we could do that. But if we want to keep growing or adding new developments or things, then you would be able to say, well, these are the projects that you need to do that.
We can provide information on what the assumptions were going to that.
Yeah.
To growth and.
I would love that because I want this city to work. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Still are.
Next, a discussion regarding resolution approving an amended development agreement related to property generally located at 2050 North Canyon Road in the Pleasant View neighborhood. This is presented by Aaron Ardmore. We are really early. Aaron, he's listening to us up in the sky. I think he's gonna come. We'll just take a few minutes and wait for him.
That's good. 'Cause I have to pull these up.
Okay, Aaron Ardmore.
Yeah, thank you. So for this one, I don't have slides, but I wanted to kind of give context. I want to go through what was approved last year, what the current development agreement says that's on record, kind of the history of that and what the difference is in the new one, and kind of go through concerns. So there's been a lot of emails in the past few days, week, with some opinions, some information, some misinformation. So I just want to try to clear that up. All right, so yeah. Correct.
This is the new one.
We have the new one.
This is the new one.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. So the old one, the current one, I should say, that's on record, is the DA for this project, 12 units. The development agreement showing 12 units, restricted to 30 feet tall. The current project that was approved is about 26 feet tall. The requirement for parking was also crafted into the development agreement. They were required to show 18 spaces based on code. They provided 21 on the site plan that was currently developed.
Well, yeah, sorry, Dave. Can you scroll down to section, to paragraph 4?
I would love to.
Yeah, it's kind of split between two. So those are the two things other than the concept plan images was the height and the parking. So when this came through, it was about a year ago, the council at the time, Patrice, Rachel, he made comments about how he loved it, how it was good, and how it's what the Provo needs. Becky was there as a neighborhood chair.
Aaron commented too.
Commented on it, love the project, what Provo needs. So here we are, a year later. And the developer, it's not a big developer, he's a local Provo resident. He's needing to change it to make it, basically to make it fiscally feasible. So let me go through kind of the changes that are being offered in the amended DA. So from 12 units to 14 units is the unit change. 3 of those are 1-bedroom units, 11 2-bedroom units. Still staying within that agreement for the 30-foot height maximum. So he's able to fit those additional units and still maintain that 30 feet high. The requirement for parking, he is now based on the units required for 29 spaces, he's providing 30.
I'm gonna ask you the question I asked
Go
you
ahead.
yesterday, just so it's on public record.
Yes,
So the maximum height in the MDR zone is
it's 45 feet,
45 feet. The maximum height in any residential zone is,
30, well, R1 zone's 35 feet.
so, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. So he's not asking for anything that even if it went to R1, could even be built at that height level.
That's a great point. So if it's a single family subdivision, you're gonna have a higher building than what's being proposed now. So he's still staying within that 30 feet, that height requirement there. So that height really shouldn't be a concern. He's been able to fit additional units within that height, still make it work. Yes.
Councilor Hoban.
Somebody expressed, no, thank you, Aaron. Somebody expressed concern about, or just basically that the three 1-bedrooms really are kind of a 2-bedroom because they have an office or whatever. I haven't looked at the concept plan, the updated plan to know like what But okay, fair enough, if they could be a bedroom. What would the parking requirement be if all the units were two bedroom instead of three of them being one?
Yeah, so if they were all 2 bedroom, it'd be 2.25 per unit.
Okay,
So 2.25 times 14.
I got my calculator here. 2.25 times 14. 31.5, and he's got 30, so he's 1.5 parking spots short, even if these were all actually two.
Yeah, if.
Two bedroom.
If they were.
Okay,
and if
thanks.
they were converted to 2 bedrooms, he'd be a parking.
Oh, wait,
1.5.
so 14 times 2.5 is 35.
2.25.
Oh, 2.25, okay.
But that's no visitor parking at all, right?
That, the 0.25 is counting for the visitor parking. So a 2 bedroom unit, you assume that the 2 units are the 2 bedrooms, once all per bedroom.
Well, if they become student apartments, it's 4 people per unit.
They're student apartments, yeah, I don't think that's as much.
I hope, well, but that's not guaranteed in here. They'll become rentals and they'll become student apartments.
Well, he's also talking about winter occupancy, I think he can address that tonight, and we can make.
Oh, so he's willing, like,
Yeah, he's, these aren't apartments, these are condos. They always have been condos.
so he's willing to put that in development agreement?
You can ask him to
Okay.
approve them.
I'm very concerned they'll become rentals with 4 kids per thing, and there's no other parking there, like none. So it'd be a huge parking nightmare.
If that, and I agree with you, I have to ask him, I don't think that's his proposal, I don't think that's his idea.
We don't want that.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Craig.
I'm just curious, why this new concept plan isn't going through planning and zoning, and why we're spending time going through seems like some very fundamental planning and zoning types of things. Is there a reason it's coming to us right now?
I can address that, yeah, or Brian, it's a development agreement, so they're amending the development agreement, and that is strictly a decision of the council and the mayor.
Yeah, if I could just add on to that, Councilor Christensen. Now, to the degree that you're wanting feedback, you always have the authority to take something that and say, hey, Planning Commission would like your recommendation on this. But as a legal matter, a development agreement is not a land use regulation and does not need Planning Commission approval. The land use regulation that the Planning Commission already gave you a recommendation on was whether to do the zone change or not. That zone change is already effective, so the decision that you need their recommendation on under the law has already been made, is already in effect. This is just a separate decision where state law provides that the city can put anything in a development agreement that they think is beneficial to the city. And so you've got a developer who has an agreement. It's basically a developer coming to you and asking you to change a contract. That contract happens to deal with the use of a piece of property, but it's not per se under the Planning Commission's jurisdiction, if that makes sense.
And aren't there elements of this change that actually take it to high density instead of just medium density, like setbacks?
No,
What is the deal with setbacks? Why is it being so close to the road now?
in the MDR zone, the Development Services Director has the ability to adjust setbacks. And we did that on the initial approval, and that continues through this approval.
But the initial approval wasn't that close to the sidewalk, was it?
Yeah, it was a reduced setback.
How much?
So I think the requirement was 20 and it was reduced to 14 feet and 2 inches from Canyon Road.
And what is this one now?
This one is showing 8 foot 8 inches. So behind the project.
6 feet.
So I have a question. So one of the residents brought up to me yesterday that Canyon Road, at least that stretch into 2230 North? The lanes are very narrow, and this may be more of a Gordon thing. The lanes are very narrow, and then there's just a little bike lane to the side, probably enough room for a garbage can, but they were surprised the garbage cans could even fit. And they thought that maybe if that road needed to expand because it's so close to the stadium for either mass transit, like UVX trail or something like that, that having that setback being that close to the road would allow for that expansion of that road. Is that something that we are considering as a city, is allowing some kind of maybe future UVX going down that street and then over? Or is there enough room on that road for expansion? Are we worried about that?
Gordon, do you like the Wagon City Road in that area?
This wasn't the item I stated first. No, on, when we approve these developments, we are extracting the right of way we believe we ultimately need for the road. So we're not in the process of having the setback to be taken in the future by more road, because we think there's value in having that buffer, that green space. So when you talk about UDX or other kinds of things, we have had discussions with UTA, and this is not going to be a UDX or a bus route for an extraordinary long period of time. We have other routes that we're looking at the west side, and it is extremely challenging just to get those on the list. And those are decades away. And so we do consider the bike lanes. So we're set back with these extraction that we're taking from the developer that would have the lanes we need, the setbacks for any bike paths or bike along there. So we are preserving for the city needs. We haven't necessarily looked for UTA needs. If UTA is going to also show up there, this will not be the problem. That.
This will not be the problem, meaning there's not gonna be, the
There's
road
gonna-
space is not a concern.
No, it's going to be a problem. We'll have so many problems up and down the street, and it will be such a loud problem that this one will probably seem very small in comparison to everything else that's going on. Everything else down the street will be extraordinary, and this will just be a drop in the bucket of extraordinary.
So in other words, to restate this in Becky's brain, it's not gonna matter what the setback is for this, whether it's 10 feet or 20 feet, it's all gonna be.
No, I think I'm very comfortable with what development services does with the setback, because that to me really adds value to the city. And I think they're very cognizant of the kind of structures, the kind of buildings, what we're trying to create. And I think that is not an engineering question, that's the development to make it nice for our community. And so I support their recommendation.
Thanks, Gordon.
If I could get back to just the occupancy thing. So you expressed concern with parking with occupancy. Again, so this would be condo for family occupancy, right? So at most, you'd have 3 singles in there, right? And I don't think that's the demographic he's looking for, but at most you have 3 singles, 4 would be illegal.
But it happens all over the city.
Yeah, it'd be a code enforcement issue there. But again, so the height shouldn't be an issue because it's staying within the perimeter. The number of units shouldn't be an issue so long as it's occupied correctly. It'll be parked sufficient.
Do you have the layout of those 1 bedroom?
Yes, I can turn that over.
And
Could I make a comment about the 1 bedroom issue?
yep, Counselor Hanley has a question.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking recently at a listing of homes and apartments and basically bedrooms for rent and for sale in Provo. And 1 bedroom apartments and or condos are virtually non-existent in the city. I think over a period of several months, there was something like a grand total of 1 that had been rented and or put up for sale. And I know a lot of young professionals who would prefer that option as a housing option in the city if it were made available. I just want to point that out, that if it's a condo, and of course I'm interested in any kind of incentivizing or guaranteeing of home ownership in this development if we can, but if it's more attractive to the professional young professional class in the city, my guess is that those 1-bedroom apartments or condos would be snatched up as such and not necessarily. All I'm trying to say is that I don't think we have to assume they would all quickly evolve into something with a second bedroom, because I know there's quite a bit of demand and there's very, very little supply in the city right now for that.
I agree with you, George. It's just one of those things that we have to think about when we're doing these developments and planning, and when we're doing a development agreement, because we see the negative effects all over the city of things happening that we didn't plan or wasn't the intention.
And I think that's the benefit of the development agreement. It gives us more teeth, right? It gives us the city teeth to enforce those standards. And I think those 1-bedroom condos were, because that's such a limited resource in Provo, that's why everybody at the planning commission loved it a year ago. He was providing a part of the market that really isn't there. So I think that's probably the end of my presentation for this. The concerns that were going around the emails, I don't think those are true concerns. I think those are satisfied with this development agreement and possibly other discussions made with Mr. and Mrs. Salmon.
I know.
Aaron,
Go ahead, Craig.
so can you just clarify? So Aaron, how many total parking spaces?
There are 30.
And there's 30. And is it possible that there's actually a need for 35?
Our standards, no.
And we have, in several different situations, severely undercounted what needs, what the actual uses are of the projects. And I hear from residents who say, here we go again, not requiring enough parking. I like the project. I'm just concerned about the parking. And are we asking for enough parking from the developer in this situation?
I think we are. I think those comments are coming from projects where the planning commission's approved TDMs to reduce the parking from what the code required. I think those comments are coming from those.
I'm sorry, what's a TBM?
Transportation Demand Management Program. So through that program in Title 1437, the developer can ask the planning commission for reduction parking by providing amenities and by providing engineering study from an engineering firm saying that there isn't going to be that much demand. So I think the majority of those comments are coming from those projects. I think we've seen that too. This one likely isn't asking for any type of reduction. They're guaranteeing to meet the parking demand that the code would require.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hobbins.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sensitive to the parking issue. I think you guys have seen me say no on things specifically because I think, parking is an issue. Often what I'll do is I'll drive out there and I'll try to get a feel for what the parking demand is in the area just based on kind of spot checking and stuff. And I will say I did not have any anxiety when I drove out there to the location and looked and saw, the surrounding area and things like that. And so I'm highly sensitive to this, and I agree with you, Craig. So we've approved large complexes that just give me a ton of anxiety because I just know there's going to be spillover and it's going to be significant and it's going to cause tension in the neighborhood. And I'll just say from a qualitative standpoint, when I drove out there and looked at the location, I didn't get that sense, and I'm typically trying to be pretty sensitive to that. So that was one thing where I felt more comfortable once I went out there and looked at the area. And then also just knowing that these aren't going to be student rentals, at least not the market that, hopefully they end up being owner occupied and such. That gives me a little bit less pause too on the parking because I feel like it's just probably, there won't be as much need or demand. So for me, I looked at the 30 parking spots seemed to me like that was actually pretty good considering some of the other stuff we've approved. I just think of like the Turley property and stuff. I'm just like, that's just gonna be a mess. But, and so I guess, and I'll just share my 2 cents since I got the mic. I feel like I know that there were changes that from when we originally talked about this. I just don't feel like they're really substantive enough to give me real pause. Like, I feel like, okay, we went from 12 to 14. We went from 26 to 30 feet. But all in all, I don't want to miss the forest for the trees, and that this is an opportunity for us to get 14 owner occupied units out there that are in high demand. And so I'm kind of like, I don't really feel the need to make this be pushed out 6 weeks to 8 weeks just because there's some slight changes. I feel like we can empower ourselves as a council to say, you know what, we can move forward. But that's just my 2 cents. I know that there's people do have concerns, but I would love to just help this. This isn't a huge big developer. This is, you know, I'd love to help them just get the property going and not be held up a couple months with a neighborhood meeting and planning commission. Like I said, just because I just didn't feel like these changes were substantive enough. Now I know there's a setback thing that I probably need some more familiarity on. I need to understand that a little better, but just in general, I'm pretty darn supportive of this project, and I'd approve it tonight if we had the opportunity.
Councilor Bogdan.
Erin, I appreciate you going through all this with us. What would help me going forward is it wasn't really clear to me through the study materials of what the differences were between before and today. And you helped clear that up, but I did have to ask the group, hey, what are such differences? So, I mean, it helps to have, you know, the past history, but I think it would help me to do like a memo too of, hey, you know, you got to dumb it down to Becky Dumb, right? Like now we're going to 3 levels. Now we're having 2 bedrooms. The setback's different. It's just so that I know the differences so that I'm not, it helped me a lot.
Process thing, we don't get a lot of these, obviously. Typically you have a staff report action and all that. When it's just amending the PA, that's just not part of the process, but I'm happy to draft a memo before tonight. Send it out to everybody.
I think I'm good for tonight, but if we ever see this again, yeah, that would just help me just kind of solidify that in my mind.
No problem.
So I know what I'm thinking about when we get all these emails in. I think it would help me clarify things and talk to the, you know what I mean?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm happy to make that part of the process.
Thank you.
I do love, this is a great development and I love the look of it. His concept plan is way better than the first one. It's very attractive. It'll be an asset to the community. If we're guaranteeing if we're guaranteed for sale and homeowner occupancy, I'm not as worried about the parking. But if this will become rentals like that, if that's not guaranteed, and parking will be an issue. The setback, that's a concession I can make for homeowner occupancy. I do wonder what are the sidewalks going to be there? Like, is that one where it's redeveloped, the sidewalks will be widened to our 6 feet now, or are they already 6 feet?
I think they're already 6 feet. I think that would remain. Gordon looks like he's about to stand up. No, he was. Ignore me.
Okay, but they'll have to be 6 feet, right?
Right.
Okay. And what is our thought on, like, is Bill here?
Yeah.
What's Bill's reasoning to do it closer up? Like, you know, across the street is single family homes. But I get it that we have Tim Towers there now and the stadium. Is it just the thought that street is going to be more industrially, commercially, it's appropriate?
No, it's just, I thought the height of the building and the setback were proportionate. If it were a taller building, I would be so comfortable with reducing that setback. But in these multifamily zones, the reason we gave me discretion on these is when we reviewed all the pro zones to try to stop doing pro zones, setbacks and parking ratios were the 2 things that were the biggest differences from one pro zone to the next. So by giving some flexibility in that, we were hoping these multifamily zones would work for a lot of different situations and not have to keep doing the pro zones. But I'm comfortable with that setback because of the height of the building, because there will be a park strip and sidewalk. This setback.
There
is
will
from
be a
the side.
park strip.
Yeah.
I thought there wasn't a park strip there.
It's not park strip.
There's no park strip
On Canyon or on 22 or the side street, which you,
On Canyon.
on Canyon.
it's all sidewalk, right?
It's all sidewalk.
But
Yeah.
it's a wider sidewalk than,
Is it? That's what I was asking. I thought it was just 6 feet or less.
let us check on that. We'll report back to the time.
Okay, because like this is, I just don't want another nineties thing.
Right.
That thing is so hideous. And like
We agree.
Wait, which thing?
that building on 90s, it's right on the sidewalk and
7th North 9th.
Yeah, I share that concern that the setbacks, I just think need to be respected. It's just too close. And the seventh and ninth, it to me is just tragic.
That one had a 0 foot setback. We got rid of that. We got rid of the lines.
okay, so yeah, get back to me if you're doing have to do a park strip and how wide the sidewalks are. But my big thing on this is I'm good, like you just know to be more successful if it's homeowner occupied this layout. It's attractive, like getting 2 and 1 bedrooms that can be rent, you know, the 2 bedrooms they'll get illegal 4 people in it and they'll make lots of money. So. Counselor Garrett.
So just to clarify, Aaron, to respond to questions that residents have. The height went from 26.5 feet to 28.5 feet, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, approximately, yep.
Okay, and the setback went from 14 feet to 8 feet,
Yeah, 8 foot 8 is what they're showing now, yeah.
so almost 9 feet. Eight feet.
A difference of about 6 feet in the setback.
6 feet less of setback.
Okay, and it's now the setback is 8 point
8 foot 8.
8 places, okay. Okay, great, thanks.
I think another thing that helps with a set, you see this in downtowns, the width of the road can really determine that enclosure, right? So it's a planning practice of making that a comfortable ratio, right? We don't want to be walled in, but we also don't want to be so wide and so short that you just feel exposed. So there's a ratio there in planning practice that gives people a certain level of comfort. And I think a 30-foot building with the 5-lane road is a comfortable ratio.
So I want to clarify what Gary just said. So it went from 26.5 to 28.5, which is no big deal. Okay.
Right.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, I really like Travis's point that this is not a huge developer, this is a local person. And because of that, he's been so responsive to neighborhood input, to our input and everything throughout the process. And I really want to encourage like little local developers to come and do more projects and infill and things like that in our city.
Maybe more incentives.
Yeah, because they're so much better to work with. And I think that's great. Like we are getting a much better product with this than we often get with big companies and big developers or some others. So I'm really happy to encourage this. Because always parking, I'm glad that this meets the requirement of the code. And I'll reiterate that so long as the project is meeting the code requirement, we're good. If we think our code requirement is wrong, then we should look at changing the code. But we should not disapprove a project that meets our current requirement because we think we might want to change that. So I'm really happy with this. And I work not far from this property. So I'm riding my bike past this all the time. The Timp Towers has actually been a really nice addition to the street. Its setback feels appropriate, like it feels comfortable as I'm riding my bike through there because I'm actually on the street and sometimes I walk too. So I don't have a problem with this 8.8 inch setback. That still feels comfortable to me. I do want the cans out of the street though. out of the bike lane. I get to
Yeah.
ride around those, but that's not today's issue. Thank you.
If I could just quickly chime in, I'm not going to be available for this evening's vote, but I want to express my support for this project and for these amendments to the development agreement. I'm agreeing with those who voice support, and I just want to throw my voice in there for what it's worth, even though I won't be able to vote tonight. But I think it provides a housing stock we need. I think it's a good location, and I'm satisfied with the parking requirements being sufficient.
Aaron, do you know the setback for Tim Towers? Isn't it less than 8 feet?
I just wrote that down, so look at that.
Okay, I think it's less.
It's less, but it still feels.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Do we have any other questions for Aaron? Thank you so much. All right. We can move on.
All right, next we will look at a discussion regarding an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally located at 1354 North Geneva Road from the agricultural zone to the one-family residential zone. It's the Lakeview North Neighborhood, presented by Nancy Robinson.
Hello. So this is a fairly easy one. They have one piece of property that is currently 1.38 acres. And they would like to split it into 3 properties. They currently have 1 home on it and 4 sheds. The back one would need to be demolished, but they would just like to create these 2 other properties to be able to have family members build on it. UDOT has given them permission to have 2 entrances, so 2 of the lots will have to share an entrance to that. Not sure if there's any other questions that you have for specifically.
Any questions for Nancy? Councilor Bogdan.
I think the thing that made a lot of logical sense to me was the planning commission comment when they were asking about, is there any other property that can join with it, just because Geneva Road has so many driveways and it is congested, and the answer was no. And so to me, that's fine. If that's all they have, that's great. If there was more to join with it, I'd have more of a concern.
Yeah, I guess there was also a question about why did they go to R18? And even though they are going to R18, each property is over, I think, 14,000 square feet. But there just wasn't any way to fit an additional lot. So this is comfortable for that area.
Because of the width, so there's plenty of space, but
Yeah, just having access and have a driveway or anything like that. It would
so the implications for the future of that, then technically they could build more density on these lots, but
They could do flag.
from a practical standpoint, they could do flag.
Right?
Possibly, depending on, home locations where they put it, you've got to have 40 feet distance, 20 feet for the flag lot and 20 feet for the property that is up front to have their driveway, so.
So how many feet across is each one of these then?
I did not bring reading glasses to see.
I'm just trying to think, potential future implications.
Yeah.
On your head, are those reading glasses?
No, these are not.
Oh.
I happen to have both. So thanks for reminding me that I'm not talking about my head, but to be able to see you guys. Or when I'm looking over this. I share mine all the time. Okay. I mean, I should have bifocals, but just can't do it yet. So it looks like 100 and, like I can see 104, 120. And I think the other one's about 90. So I think the first one's about 120, 104 is about 90.
Okay, so they probably could do a flag lot and build on the backside then too. It sounds like,
Once again, it depends on, where they put the location of the homes, because you're going to have to follow all the setbacks of side yards.
Like if you put your house in the middle, it's not gonna work.
yeah, I guess I'm just saying, do we have any concerns about that then? That,
No.
I don't, I mean, they're only gonna allow 2 access points to Geneva Road, so pack as many houses in there as you want, you're still only gonna get 2 access points. And I think that's the concern of the neighbors around it, is how many access points access Geneva.
I mean, at worst case scenario, you might be able to fit 2 or 3 more homes on there at most, right? Yeah, okay, thanks.
For one, it's pretty narrow.
Yeah, all right.
Right, any other questions, Councilor Garrett?
Yes, Nancy, on the staff report, I was just reading, this was in response to the question under letter D, where it talks about consistency with the general plan. And it says that it allows for different mix of home sizes. Then it says these lots at 8,000 square feet could accommodate a mix of home sizes. So I was confused by that because I see the lot sizes are 14, 21 and 25,000 square feet. Is it saying even at 8,000 square feet, these would work, or a future?
Well, I guess it's just the fact that just because you have a 14,000 square foot lot doesn't mean you've got the funds to build a, 6,000 square foot home. So, they could be building something that's lower. Obviously on a small lot, you can't build a great big house,
Okay.
but on this size, you could.
Okay, so that's
They
this,
haven't given us any plans of what they would.
okay, so I misunderstood. So that's the home size, 8,000 square feet, not the lot size.
Sorry, say that again, that the home,
That's a size based on the zone.
right,
Oh,
8,000
minimum
square,
size.
8,000
okay.
square feet is the. Yeah,
Minimum.
R18.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else for Nancy?
Basically.
Thanks, Nancy.
I have the next one too.
Oh,
It's in grab the water.
Okay. Next, Nancy will delight us with a discussion regarding ordinance amending the zone map of property located at 1098 North Geneva Road from A15 zone to R16.
Okay, so this one, we spoke about last time. And not to be confused with what I just presented, because the next one's just down the road 3 blocks.
We're getting old, Nancy. It's
Okay.
just my computer's not great.
That's fine. I can just go ahead and just give you my information. So on this one, we are taking back, so we presented to the planning commission on
You're good now.
okay, so we presented to the planning commission on April 24th to create 38 lots going from the A15 to the R16 zone. But we are going to go back to planning commission on May 22nd and ask for them to agree to an R16 TDR receiving zone. So one family residential with the transferable development rights receiving overlay. And staff determined that it would be helpful to have more lots so that if we wanted to pursue, and we wanted to pursue this transfer of development rights. This ordinance you guys just passed, we were excited to be able to have somebody already looking into it. So the developer does have under contract 2 lots on the east side, which would give some lots to the Bukers, the property that's sorry, let's see, the property that's kind of up here is the Bukers land. This is what they initially plan on doing, but by giving them the TDR, making the TDR overlay. In the future, this is what could possibly happen. So it would give the Bukers the opportunity to have some lots in the future.
Okay, so did anything change except for that top left corner?
So, no, because you see, like here, it shows like a cul-de-sac, and it does still show where future roads would be. But for the first part of the, development, this is probably gonna be a hammerhead. And this, will probably just, actually, this will still be a stub road. They will be, dedicating road through their property, with this new plan for the TDR. So this will be dedicated.
You mean somewhere down the road, not right now?
No, they would write the dedication in if we agree to this now, so they know that,
It could become a road in the future.
Okay, but it's not becoming a road now, it just could become a road.
right.
But the other lots are not changing.
No. So the last meeting, city council was concerned with the Bukers giving away
Right.
all their development rights and not being able to have
Right.
something. But this does create a way to, and gives motivation to make these future road connections. This by allowing them to have some future development possibility to get the future road connections. So also, even with the additional lots, we spoke with engineering, and we are not going to exceed the 4 unit per acre as a gross calculation. And engineering tells us that it's no problem for sewer capacity. So if you
I thought this was above the 4 units per acre, you're saying it's not?
So with these 48, essentially they've got 48 lots with this. It's 12.17 acres, so that actually comes to 3.9. So it's approximately 4 per acre.
Councilor Bogdan?
Sandy, I appreciate this. I really do, because I'm the one that was a stinker about this. Because I think Bukers do need the option to do that, and not have their development rights taken away. I had a couple questions. Gordon, I was told something about how if they brought the sewer north, there wouldn't be the sewer capacity. If they brought it south down to 8th North, there would. Are they changing the way the sewer is gonna go through? Is it gonna go south instead of north?
They're going south.
So we won't have a question, they'll provide all those utility connections going all the way down to 8th North.
Right, so with these developments, what you see on the
Mike's
board.
not on.
Battery's dead.
Oh, okay.
So much for that. Yeah, that sucks.
I'll push up, understand. So with what you see here and the proposed additional units in the future, we have the capacity to in sewer for this to go forward comfortably. So we're excited about this.
Hey, don't go away yet. So I thought I saw in the prep materials that they were gonna buy 2 lots from the east side.
Yes,
And so how does that transfer to 15 more units?
it transfers to about 8. I believe is what, so when I look at it, if you look at the additional units that are gonna be built there, I'm gonna go walk over to the board ordinances.
Transfer provides 6. Staff is comfortable with giving them 2 more.
So there's only 8.
Here's myself, and they are in agreement with this plan and with the future plan.
So this is what we're looking at. This is where the units are gonna be. They have existing units here and here and splitting them up, so. The issue is, the reason this has extraordinary value is, Bill pointed out that this infrastructure needs to be built, and so that's putting a lot of infrastructure and those units, giving those 2 additional units with just the 2 up there really makes sense, because we want this connection to take place.
No, I
In order to make
totally
that happen,
appreciate
this is really great use of the density transfer. The 2 lots that are disappearing, that falls through them, sliding, moving about 1 inch a year. So we are getting those off the market and we're getting these great units here.
I don't disagree with you at all, and I appreciate you meeting with them, I really do. And I'm sure they appreciate that as well, because then they can finally get some things settled. But I just kind of wanted to understand how that 2 units, so it's one of the ones that you buy one, you get 3.
Right.
Because they're so terrible units up there. Okay, I was just trying to understand all this. Thank you, Bill, thank you, Nancy, for making this happen, I do appreciate that.
Yeah, so this, it will be coming back to you after planning commission hears again.
I guess I do have one more question. And I know the answer to this, but I want it to be on public record. So Reese Drive, they're uncomfortable with all the traffic. Can you address why we have to allow the connection from Reese Drive to come down into the new subdivision? Reese is that one all the way over here.
Let's have to connect, don't they?
I don't want to put words in your mouth to answer that, so I want you to answer it.
There's real value in having a grid section, grid in your subdivision, so you have multiple ways in and out. This will also take traffic that's been going up there back down through this subdivision to get to Geneva Road. So I think you're gonna see as the grids get connected, you're gonna see a more balanced traffic pattern. And I think it's not going to be this much of a subdivision is not going to be something somebody's gonna go out one day and after it's built, notice the additional trips. It's not that significant of an increase of units. So while there will be more people there, it's not this number of trips on a neighborhood street is not noticeable to the untrained eye. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you. So the kids that are riding their bikes in the street, playing basketball in the street will still be able to do that. There'll just be a couple more cars an hour. Is what we're anticipating.
That's what we're anticipating.
Thank you.
Brian.
Thank you, Chair McKay. Yeah, I just wanted to, again, try to give you a heads up about things that are going to come back to you multiple times to explain the process. This is we put in the chapter about the transfer of development rights. This is our first time trying to apply it. Part of the reason why, because we had an internal meeting, part of the reason why we wanted to bring this to you in a work session is to give you a heads up that we're going to try it, but we still have to go through all the steps of the process. So we're not trying to bind you at this point, but we did want to get it in front of you and give you a chance to say, hey, we really hate this idea before we start going down the road, because we're going to have to apply the sending zone to the property. We're going to have to generate the certificates, the density certificates in development services to be sold. The developer's going to have to buy the density certificates. We're going to have to come back and ask you to apply the receiving zone to the property so they can use them. So it's going to be a multi-step process. And we wanted to give you a heads up, right now, in case there were some objections to the plan and there were some or a majority of you that were going to say, we already hate that, don't start down that road. Is that fair, Bill?
Yes.
Right, anyone else? Okay, thank you so much. All righty, next we have a discussion regarding a resolution approving the appropriation of $28,400 in the general fund for Slate Canyon Parking Enforcement costs. And this was presented by Malia Daly.
Hey, great. I don't have any materials for this because it's just an appropriation. This appropriation is $12,600 for the cost of the signs, the no parking signs that would go up along Slate Canyon and then the adjoining streets. And then also enough for that one of the parking enforcement officers to cover from part-time to full-time until the new fiscal year starts July 1st. And then that is in the budget, which we saw earlier today. So this appropriation just covers that gap for the parking enforcement officer and the signs. And I will note in the last work meeting, I did not mention that we needed to appropriate money for the parking enforcement officer. It was in the memo and we had discussed it in a previous work meeting, but I completely forgot to say that. So that is My bad. Sorry.
Thanks, Malia. Any questions for Malia this time? All right, thank you. Next, discussion regarding a resolution approving the appropriation of 200,000 in the Legacy CIP Fund for the zoning rewrite. Presented by Bill Pepperoni.
Thank you. Several months ago, we went through a request for proposals process so that we could have a hard number to give you for this request. We had two companies respond to the RFP, Design Workshop and Sonos Engineering. Their proposals were vetted by a staff committee, and Sonos was selected as the first choice. Their estimate was just under the $200,000 mark, and so that's why we're here to get this going. We were able to reduce this cost to the $200,000 because planning staff and your staff worked together to alleviate or shorten the scope of the work. So tremendous, probably at least 50,000.
Awesome. Are you excited about who applied for the RFP and are you happy with that?
Yes, yeah. You know, so it's a lot of work here.
Great.
They're very close by and good work with this. Right.
Great. Any questions for Bill? Joe, I know that some of the counselors who are new weren't aware of this really. This was something that was we've been talking about this for years, at least since we've been on. And you brought before we were on, right? Before Rachel and I were on. But I know that this is something that Bill has really wanted. It's something that would really clean up our existing code. And we run into it with multiple zoning requests where we want to do something, but it didn't fit in our code. So it would have been a no, but we wanted it to be yes. There's a lot of Band-Aids going on that make things very confusing. So our goal is to do this to make the process easier for our staff and developers and to get a better quality development. Correct?
Yeah, our zoning ordinance dates back to the 1970s, and most cities don't continue to use the 4-digit land use codes, standard land use codes that we have in all of our zones. This is very cumbersome. You've experienced some of that in projects that you've seen.
Okay.
And then over the years, since the 70s, it's just had many Band-Aids put on it. Where it's great. Job security for the city planners. It's so archaic, it makes it one thing, but it's not very user friendly for our citizens and developers.
Okay, any questions for Bill?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Craig.
Does this help us rationalize the pro zones?
Say that again?
Does this help us rationalize the number of pro zones? Or
You mean the fact
eliminate
that
them?
we have such archaic zoning?
Yes.
I don't understand the question.
He's saying the fact that is it partly because our zoning is so archaic that we have so many pro zones?
No.
Okay.
Almost 20 years ago, the city council really wanted to have a lot of say over multifamily projects. So the R3, R4, and R5 zones were taken away. They were on the map already. They were taken away, and the RC zone was put down. And the developers would have to come in and ask for zone changes. And at that time, the city councils got very specific on what they wanted to see before they would approve a project. It even got to the point where they were asking about countertops and flooring materials and putting that into the development requirements. It was that focused on trying to discourage multifamily housing in Provo at that time. That was the rationale for the zones.
Thank you.
Councilor Garrett.
How long, Bill, do you expect the study to take? Like a 6-month?
SOMAS has given an 11-month
months.
timeframe. I think that's aggressive. If we can get someplace close to that, I'd be very, very happy with that. Design workshops, I would think like 18 months,
Wow.
but I think we're looking about a year.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have any other questions for Bill about this? George? All right, then.
Thank you.
Thank you. If
No,
there's-
I do not.
Thank you, George. All right, if there's no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council work meeting and convene as yes? Okay, as the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo by unanimous consent. The governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo will consider a motion to close the meeting. A closed session has been requested. Utah Code Section 52-4-205 allows meetings to be closed for certain specified reasons. Brian, can you present these reasons for us today?
Yes, in this particular case, the closed session is intended to talk about strategy regarding potential sale of properties. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Yes, to repeat, the session is, the purpose of the session is to discuss possible strategy regarding potential sale of property owned by the RDA. And therefore, that is one of the reasons that a closed session is permitted.
All right, do we have a motion to close the meeting?
I'll make a motion.
Catrice has motioned. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councillor Hoban has seconded that. Let's have a vote. Councillor Hoban, or sorry, Board Member Hoban.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Board Member Garrett,
Yes.
Board Member McKay,
Yes.
Member Whipple, yes. Board Member Bogdan,
Yes.
Board Member Christensen,
Yes.
and Board Member Handley.
Yes.
All right, that vote is 7-0, so we will we will close the session and move our little cells over to the pre-function room and take it up there. Yes.
Real quick for Counselor Hanley and Counselor Christensen, we'll take about 10-15 minutes to get set up. If you're able to join us in the closed meeting.
The sooner the better.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.